Hello, 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 folks. We are just chilling. Hello, main captain. Hello, Sweet Myths Music. How you doing? And yes, I am early because we are interviewing the one and only Anna KASPARIAN. We're going to be talking about the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the geopolitical effects thereof, and the domestic effects as well. So, buckle yourselves in. We have about 15 minutes until it's time for us to chat. So I'm going to use that time to just kind of brush up on the most recent going-ons in this conflict. One of which is the shelling of a Ukrainian bread line by the Russians. Bombs were dropped on a group of people waiting in line for bread. Hey, spelt it out. Hey, Tina, too. Digging the makeup today? Thank you. I did not sleep very well last night, so I feel a bit, under the weather. I was gonna text my girlfriend a picture of myself, but it appears that she's watching, so I don't need to do that. Sleepy solidarity, yeah! Hey, semi-knifey duck. Mwah. The ensemble is on point, thank you. I was thinking about putting on like a leather jacket too, but I felt like that might be a little too much. I mean, I would do that in real life because I am too much, but might be a little too much on stream. No regrets. Thank you, non-binary superpowers. Yeah, if I was going out, I would definitely wear the jacket. Additionally, yesterday there was a Russian bombing raid, destroyed a theater in Mariupol that had children written on two sides of it because 1,000 people or so, 1,300 people were sheltering in the theater. Only 130 have been rescued thus far today, so it's likely that the vast majority of those people are deceased. Did I say my girlfriend is watching stream? I did. I still want the okay, I'll send the photo. I'll send you too. There you go. Took the day off? Yeah, Tina. We love self-love. Should I turn the background lights on? Maybe? Nah, we don't need those. It's light out. Those the lightsaber lights are for nighttime. Human Rights Watch is reporting that Russian forces have been using cluster munitions on multiple occasions. Not great. Okay, so I think one of the things Anna and I have to talk about are no-fly zones. Because it seems like a large number of Americans don't really understand no-fly zones. Yeah, Tina, I'm also kind of surprised. What it looks like is happening right now is they're trying to bring in foreign mercenaries. Like they're calling on, like Armenian soldiers to help them encircle, the capital. And Syrians, and yeah. there's a lot of continuing fighting from Syria now transporting itself to Ukraine. Like, there are Syrian fighters entering the fray on the side of Ukraine and on the side of Russia, so yeah. Yeah, for reference, by the way, for those of you who don't really understand the scope of like the airborne conflict in Ukraine, Ukraine had, like, prior to this invasion, had 132 aircraft and 55 helicopters. Russia had 1,391 aircraft and 948 helicopters. Like, as awful as it sounds, Russia can keep taking losses for a long time here. Just based on those numbers, they probably can't keep it up in the long term under both domestic and foreign stresses. They might want to exhaust Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, like, the initial strategy was definitely trying to quickly capture the entire country, or at least the capital. And they just haven't been able to achieve any of their short-term objectives, so now they're switching into, like, a long-term assault strategy. But also, Russia needs to pay its troops, and their economy is on track to collapse in, like, the next several months. Sora, thank you very much for subscribing and for being part of the community for the past 4 months. Also, Kind Time Traveler, thank you for the follow. Crane, Twitter, there we go. Oh, I should probably open the live UA map. Live UA map, always a good handy source. Yeah, I mean, like, even though they're making advances in the east and the south, like, they still haven't captured any of their major objectives. Like, Kharkiv, Sumy, Konotop, Chernihiv, all of these places were supposed to roll over. There was a story that came out the other day from the town of Voznesensk. I don't know how to pronounce that. But Russia tried to, like, was just moving troops through the town with a rapid, like, Russian advance team into this town of 35,000 people, and they just annihilated the entire Russian battalion, like, almost to a man. Like, just it's one of the most embarrassing defeats thus far. The Russian rapid advance team was trying to capture a Ukrainian nuclear power station, and which would allow them to encircle Odessa. Russian logistics have been utterly bungled. This is true, but it's also to the credit of the Ukrainian military for taking advantage of their own superior logistical systems to allow them to attack the logistical systems of Russia. For example, there are reports of like Russian field rations for example are like stale crusts of bread, as opposed to like Ukrainian field rations, which are like actual meals. And you'd be surprised at how big a difference like having your troops properly fed makes, you know? Both from a morale perspective and a performance perspective. This has been true, by the way, for like all of warfare. The entire history of warfare. Yeah, an army marches on its stomach. Okay, we have about 8 minutes. Is your country being invaded? Call 1-800-PIPO and Sons. We'll make sure you're defended. One call, that's all. Just don't feed your troops pasta in the desert. Nah, feed them all the pasta. I love pasta. Holy fuck. Here, I'm gonna play this video clip here. This is Ukrainians turning out in response to a single fallen Ukrainian soldier. Not gonna get me. You're not gonna get me with that DMCA-able Gregorian chant. Yeah, exactly, OpenGL. Ukraine is, from a military tactical point of view, launching a porcupine defense. This means they're canalizing the Russians into channels where they can launch attacks on tank columns and supply routes. Yeah, it's going real well for them. Feed your enemies beans. I thought for a moment that was the Halo theme too. We are indeed. And I am on. Are you on Skype? There we go. Have my settings open. Yeah, there we go. Oh. In the past 3 weeks, apparently, State Department is putting out that Russia has launched over 1,000 missiles at Ukraine. Also, chat, when I switch over to Skype, I will be having to turn off my cameras. So don't panic. Lovecraft Pilled, I didn't gift you a sub. Somebody else in chat gifted you a sub. You're very welcome, though. I'm glad you appreciate it. Russia might be defaulting on its debt in the coming week. Oh boy, that's gonna be pretty devastating. That soldier was a real gamer. He would have wanted the Halo theme. True. Let's take a look. Turn on the chill music again. Got a couple minutes here. That on the screen. Excuse me. Sorry, this was 6 months ago and it was someone else? Oh, okay. Well, no problem. Okay. No one's saying they've already defaulted, just that they're on track to default. A lot of videos coming out of Ukraine of, like, the process of, like, destroying these tank columns. Which is pretty horrific, but that is war, I suppose. Anna K is a big fish. That she is. We stan a queen here, and that queen's name, Anna KASPARIAN. And that queen's name is democracy, because we don't believe in monarchy. I should probably update my picture on Skype. The picture that's on there is like from several years ago. You all set to go? Let's do it. Okay, taking myself off of cameras. Be right back. Don't you panic, okay? Okay. Second. Gotta take this off as well. Boom. Done. Did it. Okay, and let's get this Skype going. Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Can you see me?
I can see your like your photo.
Oh, okay. Let's fix this real quick. Here. 1 second. Still something on streaming software. Complicated. How are you doing?
Good, good. Just exhausted, but overall doing pretty good.
Yeah.
How are you?
Uh, you know, this is my first war coverage that I've been doing, so it is pretty it's pretty draining. It's pretty difficult just emotionally to
Yeah, for sure, for
to
sure.
cover this. Um,
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, the usual people I would turn to for analysis on this issue have been kind of disappointing, to be honest. And I feel like they led me in the wrong direction in the beginning.
mhm.
And I wish I was a little more careful. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Can you kind of like explain what you mean by that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it was just like I think that there was definitely a group of I think mostly people were dismissive of like the predictions that there was going to be an invasion, especially since it was coming from the State Department, and the State Department does not have a good track record. But even now, some of the stuff I'm seeing online that just kind of tries to minimize the reality of what's happening to Ukrainian civilians like grosses me out.
Yeah. Uh, what do you attribute like the massive like I guess we're already into the conversation, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the massive misdiagnosis of what was going to happen or what was likely to happen here? Um,
Well, I think I should save that for when are we starting already or
You are live on my channel.
Oh shit, I'm live already.
Yeah, I
My
just
bad. I didn't know
haven't,
that.
I haven't, sorry, I should have told you. Um, let's see. There we go. There we go. We got you. We got you here. Um,
Yeah, so I can answer the question.
yeah.
So look, I don't begrudge anyone for getting the very beginning wrong, right? For not agreeing or not thinking that Russia was going to do what it ended up doing. Even individuals who took those threats seriously didn't expect the nature in which Putin has done this invasion. I
Right.
don't think they expected it to be as widespread and as aggressive and indiscriminate in terms of the strikes. Like I don't think anyone really expected that. But I do think that there are people who I think they're trying to figure out, all right, I have chosen a very specific ideology for myself. And so they've turned to various figures to just go along with what they say the left should believe. How should the left think about this?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, most of the conversations that I've heard from the left have bothered me. And have look, here's where I stand. I think it's important to state where I stand. I don't think we should implement a no-fly zone. A no-fly zone would escalate the war. It's a terrible, terrible idea. I do not have a problem with arming the Ukrainians. A portion of the left, I think, is under the assumption that, well, not under the assumption, they think it's a terrible idea. We shouldn't support that because they're worried about the weapons ending up in the wrong hands. And to be sure, there are some pretty terrible people, like the Azov battalion's been getting a lot more attention, I think, disproportionate attention. They absolutely despise Vladimir Zelensky, and so the idea is, all right, well, we're pumping weapons into this country. There are all sorts of shady figures that we're not in favor of. So, okay, so what's the answer? Because they're leaving important context out of it, which is we got Ukraine to agree to give up their nuclear arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
And in return, the United States offered security guarantees. So if we just abandon Ukraine after we made this agreement with them, what does that signal to the rest of the world? What does that signal to other nuclear powers that we might want to negotiate it with in the future in this quest of nuclear disarmament? Because that should still be a goal, right?
Right.
Yeah. So
Um,
it's way more complicated and nuanced. And I think the thing that really bothers me is you have a bunch of leftists, and there's different flavors of leftists online, right?
mhm.
The group I'm talking about are like the dudes who love to sit around and like have their circle jerk sessions on theory, but they don't like to actually talk about the consequences of making these international agreements and then completely abandoning them. Not a good sign. I mean, what we did in Iran under Trump was another terrible example where we have a nuclear agreement with Iran. Trump comes in and just totally rips it up. We don't have a really great track record on holding up our side of the deal. And let's get our noses out of the theory books for a second and actually look at real life and how we should apply those theories in a way that actually makes sense.
100% agreed. Real quick, my editor is asking if we can introduce you more properly, and I apologize.
Sure.
I just love talking with you so much. Anna KASPARIAN from TYT, executive producer and host. Thank you very much for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Really, really appreciate it. So when because I've been noticing this too, right? There was a lot of pushback on the left in the months leading up to this conflict because, oh, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. This is, this is all posturing. And this was happening while Russia was building like field hospitals and moving blood supplies to the front lines, which is not something you need to do if you're having just training exercises, generally speaking.
Right.
And even Ukrainians, like there were polls that came out like the day before or a couple days before the invasion began, like only 20% of Ukrainians thought that the invasion was actually going to happen. Very few people were taking this seriously, and a lot of people even in Ukraine were saying, this is posturing by Joe Biden to make his presidency look stronger. And I mean, that is a lot of faith in Democrats to try and make themselves look stronger, I suppose. Um, but this entire process has been really strange, because I feel like, and maybe this is a particularly American um, point of view, I guess. I think that as Americans, we tend to be very domestically focused and not so much focused on foreign policy aspects.
Totally.
And this has been very frustrating because, as like, I do a daily show on Twitch, and I interact a lot with my Twitch viewers, and a lot of people just don't understand geopolitics, and like
Hmm.
don't understand like the consequences of different political maneuvering on a geopolitical scale. And that, to your point, like, a lot of Republicans will rah 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 about Trump pulling out of the Iranian agreement, and but that undermines us geopolitically severely, because in geopolitics you want to be predictable.
Yep.
You don't want to just be shooting from the hip, as it were.
Yeah, well, you want to be reliable to your allies, or
Right.
you want to be reliable to nations that you have made an agreement with. And when, I mean, there were so many examples recently, not to pick on Trump. I know there's lots of Democratic presidents who have made terrible decisions as well, but these are fresh in my memory. You know, the fact that we worked alongside the Kurds in Syria to root out ISIS. And then Trump has a weekend phone call with Erdogan, the leader of Turkey, and the next day announces that U.S. troops will be pulling out of the portion of Syria where our Kurdish allies were, paving the way for Turkey to come in and slaughter them. I mean, these again, the US just does not have a good track record on foreign policy, does not have a good track record on keeping up with our promises or following through with them. Obviously, we talk about, the various orchestrated coups in Latin American countries. We talk about what's happening in Yemen. So when it comes to intel that's being forced upon us by the State Department, I think that it is human nature, it's common sense to be skeptical of that intel.
Hmm.
So for me, it wasn't, I think that there are two camps, right? And I fall in this one specific camp. One camp just like seems to be full of apologists for Putin. I don't understand it. I am not in any way delusional about who Putin really is. However, um, I fall in the camp of US has made up a lot of lies about Russia recently. And so
Hmm.
what's going to like why would I believe this? So just last year or 2 years ago, there was this whole story about how Russia was paying the Taliban bounties for US soldiers in Afghanistan. And it turned out like legacy media outlets had to retract that later.
Hmm.
Okay. So, and then there was the whole thing with Russia meddling in our elections. I think that there was a kernel of truth to that, which is, of course, Russia was trying to meddle in
Yeah.
our elections. But, the way that it was being covered and the way the government, the State Department was talking about it was overblown. And when you keep crying wolf, well, you know what happens.
Right.
Eventually, people just stop believing you. So I fell in that camp. And then the other thing is, so I studied political science,
Hmm.
and I got to be honest, I'm now questioning it, but I kind of fell in the camp of realist political theory, right? So um, I did believe Mearsheimer had the right theory on this, and he was my favorite political scientist when I was getting my master's degree in poli sci, and so I turned to him, and listened to what he had to say, and he had a lot of really great points about NATO and how the expansion eastward is very provocative for the Russians. They do see it as a security threat, and I thought that was legitimate. I genuinely did believe that if the US continues doing this, if the West continues doing this,
Hmm.
they're the ones who are fueling a potential war, and it's unacceptable. And I still think that there are huge issues with NATO. With that said, though, Putin's invasion has nothing to do with NATO. And I think that's been clearer and clearer in recent days. He just gave another insane, unhinged speech, and he very clearly wants to rebuild the Russian Empire. It
Yeah.
sounds insane and it sounds laughable, but it's just blood and soil over and over again.
Yeah, no, it is. From one of his very early speeches a couple weeks ago at the beginning of all of this, it was like very, very heavy on the blood and soil rhetoric, and I think that this. I think that we should take this as some kind of a warning sign. You know, this is, I think, one of the possible endpoints of allowing power and wealth to accumulate to a point where he's basically untouchable. He is possibly the richest individual on Earth, and you know, for as many sanctions as we're throwing around, that's definitely going to affect his inner circle. But him personally,
Mhm.
not so much. There's no way to rein in an individual who has amassed authoritarian power in their country and amassed so much wealth that they are practically untouchable. Um,
Yeah, and look, I think it's also important to, I mean, look at both domestic politics and geopolitics through a materialist lens. And
mhm,
there's definitely, you know, Richard Wolff said something on his podcast recently that really clicked. He mentioned how this really is the evolution of capitalism, right?
yeah.
Because what we're seeing now is like we see the rise and fall of various hegemons, and what's behind it is usually material interests. And so we went from a multipolar world, you know, to with the United States being a unipolar world, just the United States
Mhm.
being the leading superpower. And I think that it has been shifting in recent decades. You're seeing the emergence of China. I think that our adversarial relationship with Russia is um, helping to unify Russia and China. And so Russia's badly battered right now, but China, that is a tricky situation, right?
Mhm.
I think right now the United States and the West is pretty terrified at the notion of China coming in to save the day for Russia because China is an emerging superpower. A lot of countries, especially the United States, are very much dependent on China. And Xi Jinping is smart. I think he knows what he's doing here. I think he understands the fears that the United States and the West have.
Mhm.
In the very beginning of this war, if you could notice, Germany was kind of trying to toe a line because they really wanted to go through with that, Russian gas
Yeah.
pipeline, the Nord Stream 2. And then after the invasion happened, they freaked out, as they should, I think, and decided to go along with the Western alliance on this. I think that was the right move for them, but we'll see how it all plays out. I think that this situation, it doesn't just stop with Ukraine.
Right.
And I'm not like some warmonger who thinks, oh my God, Russia's going to attack all of these other countries next. I don't know. I mean, there's a possibility, but what I really think this is about at the end of the day is the growing influence of China. That's like
Mhm.
that's in the backdrop, and I think that's something that's going to be more and more front and center in our consciousness as geopolitical news develops.
Yeah, the you bring up a really interesting point with China because again, Ukraine is not part of NATO, and if China got involved in Ukraine, which they could do, um, it would be very, very difficult, if not impossible, to hit them with the same kind of sanctions that Russia got hit with. The world global system would not be able to tolerate it the same way it can with Russia. Um, and that is frankly the most realistic and terrifying possibility going forward when it comes to this.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I mean, I don't know how this is all going to play out. I think, like most people, I try to grab onto the small kernels of positive news.
Hmm.
Although Putin's recent speech kind of squashed the most recent positive news story that I saw, which was that the peace talks they were having seemed to be finally going somewhere.
Hmm.
It was the first time that they engaged in peace talks for 3 consecutive days. And then there were positive comments from both sides, both from the Russian officials who took part and also Zelensky himself. And it seemed like Putin was just trying to look for a way out
Hmm.
because right before the invasion happened, I think Zelensky and Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, made it pretty clear that they were going to drop the idea of Ukraine joining NATO, at least
Mhm.
for now. But Putin did the invasion anyway.
Yeah.
And so I mean, he knows that they dropped it, but he is now saying, or his officials are saying, well, the talks are going somewhere. Ukraine has agreed to drop their bid to join NATO. And
Mhm.
so it's like, sure, if that's what they want to do to make it appear as though Russia won something, great.
Right.
Okay, as long as it ends the bloodshed. But Putin's speech today was really scary. He went after the West, but more importantly, he talked about purging his country of Russians who disagree with him, referred to them as scum. It was just
Yeah.
disgusting.
Talking the framing over the last couple days has been any Russian trying to flee into Finland or any of the other Western countries is a traitor, and ramping up the rhetoric. I don't think at this point it is out of the question that we could see some sort of Russian purge, given what we're seeing from police response to people who are just stepping in front of cameras.
Yep.
Um, there's the viral video of the two people going in front of the camera. One of them has a sign that just says two words, and the other one seems like she's going to be supportive of the invasion of Ukraine, and then gets arrested anyway before she can even say anything.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm genuinely worried about the safety of people within Russia, especially the television producer who got arrested. She was held for questioning for 14 hours, denied counsel. Nobody knew where she was.
Yeah, terrifying.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrifying. And and then I know I've been focusing a lot on being critical of the left here, but I'm going to go back to that real
Mhm.
quick because as we see all of these terrible uh, rights violations, as we see the terrible behavior of Putin against his own people, it's all unfolding right in front of us. You'll have some people make arguments like trying to draw this false equivalency between the United States and Russia in how these two governments treat their people. Now, I'm very critical of the US government for multiple reasons,
Mhm.
but to draw this false equivalency is pretty infuriating, right? Because while some people might bitch and moan about, Twitter or Twitch, whatever,
Mhm.
either demonetizing them or taking a video down, those are things that are worth getting mad about. Don't get me
Right.
wrong. But to compare like demonetized videos to what's happening in Russia, where people are being rounded up and threatened with 15 years prison time for calling it an invasion rather than a military operation. How do you even compare the two? Like, it's a
Yeah.
joke.
I mean, at least in the United States, you could call the Iraq War a war,
Yep.
without getting arrested. And the proportionality, I think, is something that's difficult for a lot of people in America to wrap their head around. Because it seems as if almost every protester who's showing up to protest is being arrested, with some rare exceptions of exceptionally large gatherings. But the protesters in Russia know that if they are marked by police as a likely protester, they're going to be arrested if they leave their house with like a sign.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
which is I mean, there are plenty of things to criticize the United States about. There are plenty of things to criticize US police about. I talk about them all the time, but
Right.
it's not that level. It's just not.
Yeah, and I think people who do that, who try to draw those false equivalencies, some people might, as you say, have difficulty understanding the differences, but I think that there are, and I don't understand what's behind it. Maybe they're just trying to be contrarian. Maybe they just want to provide commentary that's unique. Who knows? But it seems as though they're just trying to minimize the brutality of Putin. They're
Mhm.
trying to deflect. It's the whataboutism that isn't helpful. And I think, if you want to bring up other similar issues to draw comparisons and to have like a more robust conversation, that's totally fine. But the way that it's done, the context almost always ends up being, let's not really give a shit about this because, oh, look at the United States. It reminds me of when Bill O'Reilly was interviewing Donald Trump and talked about Putin, called him called him a killer or something, if I remember correctly. And Trump was like, "Well, what about the U.S.? The U.S. kills a lot of people." And it was very clearly an effort to make it seem like what Putin does is no big deal, you
Right.
know?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to something you said earlier because this is also something I've heard from a lot of contrarian lefties
Hmm.
um, about NATO being a threat to Russia. Can you expand a little bit on what you meant by that? Because I'm getting a lot of different viewpoints on that, and it seems to me that if anything, this invasion has kind of justified why nations in Europe want to be part of NATO, or has at the very least spurred a lot more nations in Europe to want to become part of NATO.
Yeah. So, well, let me address that last part real quick
Mhm.
because that's definitely legitimate. What Putin has essentially done with this miscalculated war is he has bolstered the support for NATO. He has strengthened the idea that NATO is an alliance that's incredibly important to keep countries safe, right? And so again, what he did was super counterproductive. With that said, though, I do agree that, and let me just reiterate, I don't think that Putin actually invaded
Right.
Ukraine over NATO. I don't believe that. Okay. So let's put that aside.
Mhm.
However, is it legitimate for Russia to see NATO as a security threat? Yes, because among NATO countries that are closer to Russia, we've sent all sorts of military weaponry. We have military bases. We have missiles that we, claim, are not going to be used against Russia, but they could very easily be pointed toward Russia. We could totally use them against Russia. So my point is, like, try to think about it in the context of the United States. If, let's say, Russia and China and, I don't know, North Korea join as part of a security pact,
Mhm.
and they start pointing missiles at the United States or toward, European countries, EU countries, how would we feel about that? Would we see that as a provocation? Would we see that as a security risk?
Mhm.
And so that's why I do agree that NATO, in some ways, makes the world less safe through some of the actions it's taken.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's where I stand on that issue.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I mean, when we're talking about geopolitics, nobody's a good actor. Like
Right.
uh, there's that saying, if you want heroes and villains, read a fantasy novel.
Yeah, totally.
Because every state has skeletons in its closet. Every geopolitical scale organization is going to be, not lily white and innocent.
Yeah. Well, can I actually?
Mhm.
I want to bring up a very specific issue that I think helps paint a picture,
Mhm.
helps people understand like what I think you're trying to get at.
Yeah.
So for me personally, this war is devastating because I have my own concerns about Armenia, right? And
Hmm.
so recently, someone, I don't remember who, but someone tweeted me a photo of Armenians who were going to go to fight the war on behalf of Russia,
Hmm.
which I'm not happy about, obviously. But you have to understand why. Okay. Armenia is this tiny country that has been brutalized by its neighbors. Okay, certainly its history with Turkey has been bloody. They underwent a genocide, and then one of their other neighbors, Azerbaijan, has been brutal as well, and they continue to essentially threatened the sovereignty of Armenia. They've invaded the borders of Armenia. I'm not
Hmm.
talking about Nagorno Karabakh. I know that's disputed territory,
Yeah.
but the borders of Armenia, nationally recognized. And the only thing, literally the only thing protecting this small and pretty much defenseless country is Russia.
Right.
So with Russia now getting hit with these sanctions, with its military being incredibly weak, with all of this stuff going on, that puts Armenia in a terrible, terrible position. It is now essentially defenseless. So I understand why Armenians would side with Russians. They
Hmm.
have their own security concerns in mind. For me, it complicates things because you have to look at what's in front of you. And what Russia has done is beyond devastating. It's committing war crimes. And I can't be blinded by my own concerns for Armenia in an effort to like essentially cover up what Russia's doing. You have to be fair, you have to
Mhm.
have integrity when you're sharing the news, and you have to be honest with your audience. And that's what I'm trying to do. However, the situation is way more complicated than I think most people think. And so when you have all these armchair generals weighing in, it's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the aspects that bothers me the most is that geopolitics is not simple. It's never simple. It is incredibly complicated and complex, and you know often is drawing upon like centuries of history that someone might not be aware of if they're just like a lay person trying to get an understanding of the situation, which I think is part of why a lot of people don't want to think about geopolitics that much. I mean, to be fair,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
and
Can I
when
just say,
oh yeah,
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that like I think this is something that applies to like the idea in America, where there were two polls that came out recently. One being like, Americans, are you in favor of a no-fly zone over Ukraine? And the majority of people said yes, around 60%. And then there was a follow-up, which Americans, are you in favor of a no-fly zone if it escalates tensions with Russia? And the majority of people said no. And it's just kind of this very simple level of understanding, and to an extent like US media is I think a little bit complicit for dumbing down the issue.
Totally. I mean, look, there are days when I get really irritated with media, and then I try to take a step back and look at what we've experienced personally with these types of stories. They don't typically do well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when there is a lot of pressure to make profit off of the news, producers, editors, whatever, they run away from things that don't perform well, that lower circulation or have less views. You have to balance it, and the way that we balance it at TYT, at least for the main show, I can't speak for all the other shows, is look, to me, doing these labor stories is really important. It's going to get 20,000 views. So I will agree to doing another video about Marjorie Taylor Greene because
Yeah.
that's going to get hundreds of thousands of views. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we found a business model that works. It's kind of painful, to be honest, because there are a lot of stories that we end up doing that I just don't have much to like. We did a Alex Jones video the other day, and Jenk sent it to me, and I was like, I just, please don't make me. And he doesn't make me do anything. I can
Uh-huh.
say no, I can reject it. And he's like, look, you can do it if you want. You can toss it to the side if you want. But I have a feeling this is going to perform really well. And he was right. That day, that video was our most viewed video.
Mm-hmm.
But the way that I think about it is at least I get to share the stories that I really, really care about with my audience without feeling guilty that it didn't bring in any money, you know?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Like it is genuinely important to cover like the Minneapolis teachers strike, one of the largest labor actions going on in the United States right now. And I yeah, it is definitely hard to make those trade-offs in like a capitalistic economy for journalists. I'm sure at every outlet, though some outlets better than others, obviously.
Yep. Yep.
Um, because I know we're running out of time here. I did want to ask you, um, because this is an issue that is um very polarizing in the United States. How do you see this like affecting the escalation of rhetoric that we're seeing, like all across the United States, from especially conservatives, when it comes to, frankly, I'm this might sound hyperbolic to some people, but the growing threat of this fascist rhetoric in our country, whether
Yeah.
it's like the "Don't Say Gay" bill, or the ectopic pregnancy bill in Missouri, or the a lot of conservatives are aligning themselves with Putin because they see Putin during his speeches saying a lot of the things that conservatives in America believe. Putin was talking about the other day about part of calling these people traitors to Russia was, g- they want their gender freedom.
Right, right, right. I
Hmm.
saw that. Ugh, just absolutely disgusting. You know, I would I highly, highly recommend that your viewers look into one of Putin's top advisors. This guy named Alexander Dugin,
Hmm.
Dugin is his last name, and that guy's terrifying. But he is kind of representative. I think that ideology is something that appeals to people like Tucker Carlson. This idea of traditionalism. He considers himself a traditionalist, and they hate the idea of individual liberty, of having an identity
Hmm.
that differs from nationalism, right?
Yeah.
So seeing yourself as an individual who deserves all these rights. And so I don't want you to think about it in like materialist terms. This isn't about individualism versus collectivism. This is really about individual freedoms, individual identity. They want to do away with all of that. And I mean, they're just staunch nationalists. And I
Hmm.
think that there is at least 35% of Americans fall in that camp.
Which,
And they're incredibly well financed.
mhm.
They're very well organized, and that's why we're seeing what we're seeing in all of these red states across the country. It's terrifying. It really is. I lost it the other day talking about Idaho and its anti-abortion bill, and Missouri, where they're trying to pass legislation that prevents a woman from traveling out of state to get an abortion.
Yeah.
The Don't Say Gay bill. My sister-in-law, she happens to be gay. They have two kids, and her daughter is now getting bullied in school. Like it's just a scary world that we're living in right now.
Hmm.
And what makes it even worse is that we don't really have like a party that is strong enough to effectively oppose it and like squash it.
Right.
Democrats are so incompetent, so impotent, so embarrassing. I don't know what the answer is, because the weakness that we see from Democrats only emboldens these nationalists within our borders.
Right. So, for the benefit of the audience, if any of you have heard the term Nazbol before, that is a reference to the ideology of Alexander Dugin, and it is basically a blending of Russian politics with Nazism. Like, and it's
Yeah.
he's very open about that, and it is somewhat terrifying to me that and I don't think that you're incorrect about this, that a large portion of Americans would be down with that as long as it's associated with a different name that is unknown to them as being related to Nazis. Um, yeah, it's terrifying, the weakness of the Democratic Party and the absolute failures under Joe Biden. I'm extremely worried about the elections this year, the midterms, and the what that could spell for 2024.
Yeah.
Because Democrats fundamentally, and this is the issue, they do not want to give you anything. They do not want to give you any material benefits, and that is one of the issues that keeps them from offering anything, any pushback to the rise of fascist ideology, because all they can say is no to ever escalating conservative demands that affect social lives. And they can't
Yep.
offer you any material benefits, and so they just continue getting weaker and weaker and weaker.
I know we got to wrap up soon.
Yeah.
I could talk to you forever. I will make one more point
Yeah, go
because it's
for it.
important. So yeah, I mean the anger among the electorate is real, whether they fall in the white nationalist camp or not. I think most Americans are furious at how much our government has abandoned us. And what I think is not going to play so well with both sides is the fact that the spending bill that just got signed by Biden, it includes $13.6 billion in humanitarian and military aid for Ukraine,
Hmm.
which I'm not necessarily against. I don't know all the details, like what exactly, like what's the money really going to go to? I got to
Right.
look into that.
Yeah.
But the idea of assisting Ukraine, I'm not necessarily against it. With that said, though, notably, the legislation, the spending bill, had nothing appropriated for the pandemic. And that means, as the White House has noted, they're going to run out of money for vaccines, boosters, monoclonal antibody treatments, testing. Basically, if there's another surge,
Hmm.
we're not going to have the resources to deal with it. And by the way, if people are not going to get free vaccines or free boosters, they're not going to get boosted.
Exactly.
So the idea of, helping out another country and neglecting Americans is not going to play well for Democrats in the midterms or the general.
Yeah, and I know you gotta go. Just one quick follow up to that is
Yeah.
just that this is why private companies pour billions of dollars, and that was softened into the vaccine and treatments of various diseases. They are doing it not out of the goodness of their hearts, but so that they can wring money out of you after the government subsidies go away. And that has always been the plan with these treatments, with these vaccines. And it breaks my heart because this is capitalism, and people aren't gonna know why they're getting hurt so badly when the hammer falls down.
Yeah, I
Um,
totally agree.
anyway,
All right.
Anna Kasparian, executive producer and host of TYT, thank you so much for coming on. I could literally talk to you all day.
Me too. This went by so fast.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me, and I'd love to come back again if you'd have me.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime. Literally anytime. Um,
Awesome.
you have a good day.
You too.
Bye
Bye.
bye. Ah, what a delightful human. I love talking with her. Let's get this back on screen here. Doot 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 doot. Wasn't that a good conversation, folks? Wasn't that a good convo? I wish we could have more of those, you know? Let's get my camera back. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Zoom out a little bit. Um. Uh. There we go. Oop. There you go. Chat is back in its rightful place. Such a great chat. Thank you for that. Again, that conversation was based. It was incredibly based. It was very productive and interesting, even though I caught the tail end. Yeah, don't worry, guys. The VOD for that will be up likely by the end of the like very shortly after I end stream. Um, that was so good. It was so good. I adore Anna, and again, there are a lot of people, especially the Jimmy Dore left, who constantly shit on her. Your editors need you to end stream first? I'm not sure. Maggie LaViolent, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate that. Grats on having her on again. I love talking with her. Like, it... Skype showed your last name. My last name's on my Twitter, so I'm not too upset about that. But like a lot of lefties will shit on Anna and say like, oh, she's unintelligent or whatever. Look at this dumb analysis. She has a master's degree in fucking political science. She knows what the fuck she's talking about, okay? There aren't many people who can pull out the name Alexander Dugin or Messerschmitt. There aren't a lot of people who can do that. And I appreciate that. Or Mearsheimer. Did I say Messerschmitt? Mearsheimer. There we go. Literally an expert. Exactly. Also, Alexander Dugin. If you guys have never seen a picture of Alexander Dugin, real quick, the man literally looks like Red Skull. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this miserable son of a bitch, you know? Casey, thank you very much for subscribing. Also, I need to add my my camera over here. Oopsie doopsie. Here. Copy. Paste. Oh, there we go. And whoop. Look at that. Yeah, Alexander Dugin is basically probably one of the people most responsible for Putin's blood and soil arguments, though, again, Putin is ex-KGB, so really, who knows? He looks like Gregory Rasputin. Who's to say he's not? Catalina Gearbox. Oh, teacher. Caleb Maupin loves him. Well, you know, like, we've been talking in the left about the Nazgul vortex for a long time, folks. It's time to face the reality that the Nazgul vortex includes not just the, like, disillusioned lefties, who are doomering about the future of humanity. It also includes conservatives. You know, it includes the populist conservatives who are slowly being disillusioned with conservative values as well, you know? So you'll get Caleb Maupin and Tucker Carlson agreeing with each other. Also, chat, if you enjoyed that conversation, throw some bits or subs at the channel. I would very much appreciate it, because your support is what makes this possible, and I really, really appreciate it. Sadly being broke? Well, Skeleton, maybe someone will gift you a sub. And arm curl time. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't give up, Skeleton. Exactly, Mazotron. That's new? Yeah, there's a timed cooldown, so you guys don't just make me do 200 of those. I'm plugging you hard on Abelina Sabrina's stream today. Maybe a little too hard. Yeah, that chat was really, really good. Look, I love being able to talk with smart people, you know? Oftentimes on Twitch, I don't spend my time talking with smart people, you know? I spend a lot of time watching the Benny Shabibos, the Tucker Carlsons, the Dennis Pragers, and I gotta be honest, chat, I'm only activating about, you know, 10% of my brain. The other 90% is, like, trying to figure out what I'm gonna cook for my girlfriend next time, or something like that. We were watching Mean's Morning News earlier, and I watch a lot of TYT lately. We aren't smart? Oh, Diddums! You're smart! It's just that, like, oftentimes the people I'm talking to in chat are, like, you know, the dumb ones. Darn, I saved up so I could make you do 200 of those, yeah. Beautiful makeup today? Thank you, Evil Lurking! Look, chat. I know when I have Anna Kasparian on, I need to bring my A game, okay? I can't just show up in, like, a flannel and be looking like a lazy schmuck, okay? I need to bring my A game. Anna Kasparian, every day, brings her A game, okay? Every day. You know, that outfit could do with a silk scarf or something? Well, of course, but I usually pair this with a leather jacket, which is sitting right over there. Anna definitely brought her A+ makeup game today, although I feel weird pointing that out. It's not weird to point it out. She always has A+ makeup going on. Frankly, she needs to send me makeup tips because she's very good at it. Like, I especially love the blending on her cheeks. Between, like, the contouring going on. Don't be a Jordan Uhl. Who's Majority Report! Hello, hello, hello! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, folks. We just finished talking with Anna KASPARIAN about the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Welcome, everybody. My name is Riverboat Jack. I'm a lefty political commentator. I talk about democracy in the workplace and the decommodification of things that people need to live in a modern society, like housing, healthcare, food, water, etc., education, all of those good things. Looking very stylish. Thank you, Logan09. I appreciate it. I mean, like, I'm kind of obligated to try and look stylish when I'm talking with Anna KASPARIAN, right? Hello, Raiders. If you could, click the little picture of my face below stream so I get credit for your lovely eyeballs, and consider hitting that follow button like so many of you are doing right now. I really appreciate it. I stream about politics, usually in the evenings, around 8 p.m. Central, sometimes 6 p.m. Central. But we had to catch up with Anna today a little bit early. And it was a lovely, lovely conversation. I'm sure the Majority Report was great. Big fan of Sam Cedar. And Emma Vigeland, and all of the fine MR crew. Back later, shopping for food in a few. You have a good one, Ashley, and again, thank you for helping to invent the internet. Which, chat, if you are not familiar with my mods, Ashley J. Curtis actually did help to invent the internet, which I, for one, am very appreciative of. American Swedes unite? True. Hey, Black Cat Tarot. There we go. I thought you were making a Dragon Ball reference. Do we have an Ashley command? We don't have an Ashley command. We probably should. Wait, that's not a running inside joke? No. Ashley literally helped to make the internet. Yeah. She also did a lot of things for the US government that she cannot talk about. But, yeah. Yeah, it's super, super cool. I redeemed Glasses On. How long ago did you redeem Glasses On? How long ago? How long ago was Glasses On? Oh, it was only a minute ago. My bad. It's classified. Sorry, folks. So yeah, we were just talking a little bit about, well, not a little bit. We talked for the past half hour about Russia, Ukraine. We didn't really have time to get into the nitty-gritty. We only had about 30 minutes with Anna, so we were talking about a lot of larger overarching issues. But she brought up some interesting names, one of which is Alexander Dugin, who is the basically father of Nazism but Russia. So that's essentially his political legacy. It's called anyone if you see anyone online identifying themselves as a Nazbol, Alexander Dugin is the person that they are referring their political ideology from. He's the guy with the 2x4. What? Jim Duggan? Okay. Welcome, folks. No, Nazbol. So not Nazgul. Yeah, he's a bad dude. I mean, he looks like a bad dude. Like, he looks like a walking corpse. which should tell you all you need to know about him, frankly. But yeah, no, he openly talks about how his political ideology is derived from Nazism. Um, yeah, if you find any fourth positionists, that is also Alexander Dugin. They, a lot of these neo-Nazi types, they like to shift up their language and how they refer to themselves. Did you start late with her, or did you start at 2 p.m. Eastern? No, we started at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Spherical Man. We only had a half hour with Anna. Unfortunately, we could talk all day. He's the guy. No, you're talking about Jim, like Duggar, the Duggar family or whatever. Anyway, so some updates on Russia, Ukraine for those of you who haven't been paying attention. Russia has begun escalating its bombing campaigns against civilian targets. There are a lot of Maxar satellite photos coming out of different bombed out areas that include like stadiums, theaters, civilian apartment buildings, and the some of the most horrifying things recently. There's video of Russian shells killing Ukrainians waiting in a bread line. And there are also reports coming out of Mariupol, which are shocking and horrifying. Namely, the theater in Mariupol was bombed, despite it having children written on both sides of the building. There were over 1,300 people inside, attempting to take shelter from the bombing. Only 130 or so, 150 or so have been recovered so far. It's the death toll from that is going to be, from that alone is going to be catastrophic. Kharkiv has been shelled as of 10 minutes ago. There's a report coming out of CNN saying that the main market in Kharkiv was bombed by Russian shells. Unknown how many casualties from that. And yeah, one of the issues that was brought up by Anna, and I think I haven't seen enough lefties making this point, but I think it is extremely spot on, which is that if China does decide to like very much materially support Russia, like more so than like just sending food and humanitarian aid to Russia, there's not much that the West can do about that. There's not much that the United States or Europe can do to prevent that. And even if China were to send troops to Ukraine, there's not much that this Western power bloc could do to try and make that not a reality. Yeah, at the moment they are just sending humanitarian aid, but I'm saying this because the repeated messaging out of the U.S. State Department has basically been, "Oh, don't you do it, China? Don't you send more than humanitarian aid?" Just like every single day, there have been like official statements to that effect, and it again troubling because there's nothing that we could actually do that would meaningfully affect the Chinese economy, that would hurt China more than it would hurt the entire world, you know? That Katya, hello. Also, what did you all talk about on the Majority Report today? I usually don't watch live, because I'm prepping my own stream. But I do love me some Majority Report. Sending troops from a tropical climate to a semi-Arctic climate like Ukraine would be harsh. True, but I mean, China has the military capacity to do so. It would be difficult, but Let's see. Family Media 5000, thank you for the follow. Also, I do this full time. If any of you would like to, if any of you would like to support me and my ability to continue making political content, throw some subs or bits at the channel. I would very, very much appreciate it. Very much true, Geronimus Prime. Extremely based of the Majority Report. Let's see. Let's take a look here. Yesterday, there were reports, this report coming out of the Wall Street Journal, of all places, that Sundry Clown Car, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. A report coming out of Voznesensk in Ukraine, a small town of 35,000 people. Russia was trying to drive through an advance force to acquire control over a nuclear power plant to the north of Odessa. However, the town of Voznesensk basically utilized a civilian defense strategy and completely annihilated the Russian advanced battalion, which prevented Russia from being able to encircle Odessa. It's a pretty compelling story. Unfortunately, it is locked behind a Wall Street Journal paywall, but it goes in depth about the what the civilians actually did to protect their homes and to prevent soldiers from moving forward, and how they actually defeated the invading Russians. Yeah. Let's see here. I would like to find, if anyone has a link handy for the for Zelensky's address the other day to Congress. I would like to see that. I haven't been able to watch that yet. Specifically because when I was looking for it earlier, all I could find was the poorly doctored video of Zelensky, which was very funny. When are you going on to the Majority Report? They need someone more lefty since Jamie left the show. I mean, look, I can make more lefty arguments, but I agree with, like, Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland on, like, 98% of issues, you know? But, hey, if the Majority Report ever wants to invite me on, I am happy to be there. Jack needs to become a full commie first. I mean, I can make arguments for full communism. I just don't, because I find it more valuable to argue for socialism first. I'm going through some of these videos here from the live UA map. You can actually see, here, I'll throw this up on screen actually so we can all take a look at it together. There we go. So, the other day, what about communism? The Kamiya Report, let's go. You mean the clip from the movie he was in? No, there was like a poorly AI influenced, like, deep fake attempt. So if you take a look at this map, all of the areas in red here around the red-lined Ukrainian border, these are all areas controlled or thought to be under the control of the Russian military. And there have been reports that Odessa is being slowly surrounded off of its coast by the Russian Navy. And the other day, we saw that there was a massive land assault underway in all quarters. They don't appear to have taken that much more ground. Again, to date, none of Russia's major objectives in Ukraine have been accomplished, which is incredible, given that Russia was expected to take all of its main objectives within the first week of fighting. It's now 3 weeks in, and none of Ukraine's major cities have fallen, with the exception of Melitopol, which was not even a major objective for the Russian military. Um, Now, some gains have been made in the Donetsk Oblast here by the um, separatists. Additionally, they're attempting to encircle Mariupol completely, which has been effectively done, and Mariupol is under siege and constant shelling. They've made some ground advances here. It looks as if the new plan is to connect the two forces of the separatists and Russia up here near Polohy, be able to connect these two areas. However, that is not the ideal that they were going for. They wanted a land bridge through Mariupol. Additionally, no major offensives have taken place to the northeast here. Kharkiv still has not fallen. Chernihiv still has not fallen. Sumy has still not fallen. Konotop has still not fallen. And of course, Kryvyi has still not fallen either. So there is just a whole lot going on, and the strategy has been clearly shifting for Russia. Russia has been escalating its attacks on Ukraine, specifically Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. We got confirmation that that was going to be happening a few days ago, and they have, by Russia putting out messaging saying that they're essentially going to be expanding their target registry, which is basically just saying that they're going to be hitting more civilian stuff. Additionally, the Human Rights Watch has reported that there have been several confirmed usages of cluster munitions in Ukraine by Russia. Cluster munitions being indiscriminate, large-scale bombing, which is far, far, far more likely to result in civilian deaths. Again, one of the major goals of the Russian military was to achieve air superiority on day one. That did not happen. To date, Russia still has not achieved air superiority. There are still conflicted air zones within Ukraine, and additionally, a lot of the aid that is being sent to Ukraine now is focused on anti-air technology. One of the latest stories is that Slovakia has agreed to send Ukraine its Soviet-era air defense systems, as well as Poland, I believe, has agreed to send their air defense systems that are now outdated. And of course, the U.S. will be replacing those. Of course, that's kind of the agreement. A lot of European countries are on edge right now, hoping that they aren't also going to be invaded by Russia. So a lot of these agreements to send air defense systems are essentially contingent on their air defense systems like being seamlessly integrated before they send more stuff. The Zelensky U.S. Congress speech starts around 1:06, goes around until 1:18, which point he does a slideshow of why war is bad, which gets a little TOS-y. Well, thank you for letting me know. Yeah. I mean, we can show this on screen. You can see in this naval news brief that there are several landing ships and combat groups being amassed outside on the waters outside of Odessa. Sundry Clown Car, if you want to share links in chat, unfortunately we get a lot of neo-Nazis coming through because I am a trans streamer. And you know, being a lefty, vocal trans person online tends to get you a lot of less than savory types in chat. So if you want to share a link, specifically to that speech that I asked a link for, thank you very much. Whisper it to a mod so that they can check the link out and I can get it safely. We had a problem where neo-Nazis were posting gore links in chat and also links to try and specifically scrape my IP address to learn where I live. Scary times. So we have a rather clunky system to get links to me. Radical AC, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's take a look here. Less than savory. Yeah, Mithril Mist, we're not talking about you. We're not talking about you, and we're talking about the less than savory types. Nazis are gonna Nazi, exactly. And I'm gonna make fun of them. That's just kind of how it works. Nazi's gonna Nazi, and I'm gonna mock them. Does that mean I'm sweet? No. Did you cover the International Criminal? No, I didn't. I didn't cover the ICJ judgment. For those of you wondering, the International Court of Justice ordered Russia to stop the war. Of course, in that decision, Russia and China disagreed. Yeah. I mean, this is one of those areas in which, like, Russia's just gonna go, no. That shirt looks great on you. Thank you, Antithesis. You look obnoxiously stunning today. Makes me feel things I'm not ready to feel right before the parent-teacher conference. Thank you. Look, I gotta bring my A game when talking with Anna Kasparian, okay? Oh, teacher. Parent-teacher conference. Yeah, Russia be like, so what? Bad news, guys. My girlfriend has an internet crush on me. You missed my redeem earlier? Oh, teacher. Okay, the filing content has been... Yeah, no kidding. Is war objectionable to, War is objectionable to YouTube? Who could have thought? Okay. I understand and wish to proceed. Okay, it starts at 106.
I expect you're going to see a rousing display of...
Ooh, it's gonna be arousing? Alright. Let's take a look here.
Of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct...
This woman is running for Congress again. She... Retire! Go retire! Why can't these people just retire and go to an island somewhere? You know? Like... I don't know. Why do you gotta keep holding on to political power, old lady?
Honor of presenting to you the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Glory to heroes.
What? Okay, what is this symbol? Can anyone identify what that symbol is?
My colleagues, Slava Ukraina! Slava Ukraina!
Very cringe.
Glory to heroes. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, members of the Congress, ladies and
Cross of
gentlemen,
St. Javelin.
Americans, friends. I'm proud to greet you from Ukraine, from our capital city of Kyiv,
The symbol that was on his shirt.
a city that is under missile and airstrikes
Pokemon
from
Go
Russian
Ukraine.
troops. every day.
Pokemon Go support Ukraine.
But it doesn't give up. And we have not even thought about it for a second. Just like many other cities and communities in our beautiful country, which found themselves in the worst war since World War II. I have the honor to greet you on behalf of the Ukrainian people, brave and freedom-loving people who for 8 years have been resisting the Russian aggression. Those who give their best sons and daughters to stop this full-scale Russian invasion. Right now, the destiny of our country is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. Russia has attacked not just us, not just our land, not just our cities. It went on a brutal offensive against our values, basic human values. It threw tanks and planes against our freedom, against our right to live freely in our own country, choosing our own future, against our desire for happiness, against our national dreams, just like the same dreams you have, you Americans, just like anyone else in
We
the
are
United
all one
States.
people.
I remember your national memorial in Rushmore, the faces of your prominent presidents, those who laid the foundation of the United States of America as it is today, democracy, independence, freedom, and care for everyone, for every person, for everyone who works diligently, who lives honestly, who respects the law. We in Ukraine want the same for our people. All that is normal part of your own life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Americans, in your great history, you have pages that would allow you to understand Ukrainians, understand us now, when you need it right now, when we need you right now. Remember Pearl Harbor, terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Just remember it. Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields.
Basically,
when
Lady Ringclad.
innocent people were attacked from air. Yes.
Also, new info coming out of Mariupol's government, which is holding strong under the constant shelling and bombing of the city. Their city hall is saying 80% of residential housing has been destroyed in the city. Only 30,000 civilians have fled the city so far. There are still 350,000 residents of the city hiding in shelters and basements around the city. Yeah, Mariupol is the site of some of the worst bombing. In addition to the bombing of the theater, which happened yesterday, the city hall said a swimming pool that was sheltering civilians, mostly women, children, and the elderly, has also been shelled. The casualties from that are unknown.
Just like no one else expected it, you could not stop it. Our country experiences the same every day, right now, at this moment, every night, for 3 weeks now.
Oh yeah, Lady Ringclad, I was wondering what the symbol was on his shirt. I didn't know.
Various Ukrainian cities, Odessa and Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy, Zhytomyr and Lviv, Mariupol and Dnipro. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people. Russian troops have already fired nearly 1,000 missiles at Ukraine, countless bombs. They use drones to kill us with precision. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80
Oh, it's the
years,
symbol of the
and
armed
we are
forces,
asking for a
Ukraine?
reply, for an answer to this
Gotcha.
terror from the whole world. Is this a lot to ask for, to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine, to say
Yes. Like, and I know why he's asking for a no-fly zone, but a no-fly zone must be, like, backed up by force, which means that effectively, yeah, a no-fly zone would be drawing the United States directly into the conflict. It would be drawing NATO into the conflict. Not Aaliyah.
save people? Is this too much to
At what point do we call this a genocide? When it becomes a systematic destruction of the people of Ukraine, rather than what it currently is, which is war. It isn't a genocide right now. It is a war. In war, a lot of civilians die, folks. It doesn't have to be a genocide for a lot of civilians to die. A lot of civilians died when the US bombed Japan, okay? Like, that wasn't necessarily a genocide. It wasn't good either, because war is not good. That is my based leftist take. War, not good. Very bad.
ask humanitarian no-fly zone, something that that Russia would not be able to terrorize our free cities. If this is too much to ask, we offer an alternative. You know what kind of defense systems we need, S-300 and other similar systems. You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft, powerful.
Oh, by the way, one of the things I wanted to bring up when Anna was on, but we just ran out of time, I wanted to bring up that, like, at no point in any of these talks about a ceasefire am I particularly hopeful that there's going to be a realistic conclusion to this war that is settled by diplomacy. Mostly, this is going to go until either Ukraine breaks or the Russian economy fails and they cannot pay their troops anymore. That's where this is going, okay? If Russia does agree to a ceasefire, it's going to be specifically to buy themselves time to bring mercenaries to the front lines or to move troops around. Keklis abandoned. Thank you for the follow. It will be an agreement just to buy them time. The same way they bought themselves time when they said, oh, we're going to remove troops from the Ukrainian border, and then they just added more troops. Why don't they just make a peace deal? Who cares about Crimea? Their inhabitants mostly pro-Russian folk anyway. Everyone is happy. Because Russia doesn't want a peace deal. I mean, look, chat. We're also going to be taking a look at Putin's speeches. If you listen to Putin's speeches, he does not want a peace deal. He's making blood and soil arguments. He is making explicitly fascist, authoritarian arguments for why the state of Ukraine itself is illegitimate and is and always has been a part of Russia. He is making the argument that Russia has the right and the duty to take back Ukraine. There is no peace deal that could appease that desire. Again, Russia already had Crimea. Russia effectively had the Donbass region with the recognition of these two states. If they only wanted to take chunks out of Ukraine, they've effectively already done that. They don't want chunks of Ukraine. They want all of Ukraine. All of Ukraine. There is no appeasement for fascists. it is a dedication to a death cult, and Vladimir Putin is going to pursue this line until he reaches the end of it, which is either his victory or his death, or his inability to actually govern the country.
Strong aviation to protect our people, our freedom, our land, aircraft that can help Ukraine, help Europe. And you know that they exist and you have them, but they are on earth, not in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian sky. They do not defend our people. I have a dream. These words are known to each of you. Today I can say, I have a need. I need to protect our sky. I need your decision, your help, which means exactly the same you feel when you hear the words, I have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, also, chat, there's no chance, none whatsoever, that Ukraine is right now going to agree to demilitarize. And believe that Russia is just gonna go, promise we're not gonna invade, guys. Like, there's no way that that's gonna happen. Like, at this point, would any person with a brain actually think that Russia is going to keep its word and not invade Ukraine after they've demilitarized?
Friends, Ukraine is grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, for everything that your government and your people have done for us, for weapons and ammunition, for training, for finances.
Well, the world can give him money. The world can give him supplies. Unfortunately, it's the will of the Ukrainian people that's going to decide this fight, not the imposition of a no-fly zone.
For leadership in the free world, which helps us to pressure the aggressor economically. I'm grateful to President Biden for his personal involvement, for his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine and democracy all over the world. I am grateful to you for the resolution which recognizes all those who commit crimes against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people as war criminals. However, now, it is true, in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe, I call on you to do more. New packages of sanctions are needed constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops. Restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based. We propose that the United States sanctions all politicians in the Russian Federation who remain.
One of the things that I've been seeing people do is that there is a site called Give Back Box. That is, you can buy a shipping label for $15 to ship things to Ukrainian refugees. They are taking clothes, blankets, and shoes that are either new or in very good condition to Ukrainian refugees. That's something that you can do. I'll post a link in chat. There you go. Housing or spare rooms. That might be difficult. That might be a bit more difficult to do. I don't exactly have room, but I have 3 couches. That might be enough. Project Hope that Vosh did a charity stream for seems pretty good too. Yeah, I'll share that in chat as well. Project Hope. Ukraine. Yeah, here we go. There you go. Looks a bit more official. How to help. This looks like a good good group. Go check them out. Breaks my heart. These people are dying, and we can functionally do next to nothing. Yeah. I mean, there are things that we can do, right? We can open our border to as many refugees as possible. One would hope that this experience leads more countries in Western Europe and in the Americas to accept more refugees from conflicts that aren't just in Ukraine, you know?
In their offices and do not cut ties with those who are responsible for the aggression against Ukraine. From State Duma's members to the last official who has lack of morale to break the state terror. All American companies must leave Russia from their market, leave their market immediately because it is flooded with our blood. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Congress, please take the lead. If you have companies in your districts who finance the Russian military machine leaving business in Russia, you should put pressure. I'm asking to make sure that the Russians do not receive a single penny that they use to destroy people in Ukraine. The destruction of our country, the destruction of Europe. All American ports should be closed for Russian goods. Peace is more important than income, and we have to defend this principle in the whole world. We already became part of the anti-war coalition, a big anti-war coalition that unites many countries, dozens of countries.
This guy has, like, Russia has tried to kill this guy several times now with assassins. Just amazing brass balls on this fella.
Those who reacted in principle to President Putin's decision to invade our country, but we need to move on.
He starts showing a slideshow, Entrama.
And do more. We need to create new tools to respond quickly
in about 3
and
minutes.
Stop the war, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th. And it would be fair if it ended in a day, in 24 hours, that evil would be punished immediately. Today, the world does not have such tools. The war of the past have prompted our predecessors to create institutions that should protect us from war, but they unfortunately don't work. We see it, you see it, so we need new ones, new institutions, new alliances, and we offer them. We propose to create an association, U24, United for Peace, a union of responsible countries that have the strength and consciousness to stop conflicts immediately, provide all the necessary assistance in 24 hours, if necessary, even weapons, if necessary, sanctions, humanitarian support, political support, finances, everything you need to keep the peace and quickly save the world, to save lives. In addition, such association, such union could provide assistance to those who are experiencing natural disasters, man-made disasters, who fell victims to humanitarian crisis or epidemics. Remember how difficult it was for the world to do the simplest thing, just to give vaccines against COVID to save lives, to prevent new strains. The world spent months, years doing things like that, much faster, to make sure there are no human losses, no victims. Ladies and gentlemen, Americans, if such alliance would exist today, that is U24, we would be able to save thousands of lives in our country. In many countries of the world, those who need peace, those who suffer inhumane destruction. I ask you to watch one video.
Nope. Not gonna get me on TOS this time, buddy. Unfortunately, because I stream on Twitch, I am subject to a lot of these restrictions on being able to show like actual Yeah. Okay, yep. Alright, yep. This is showing dead children. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna close that one down. You have ducks. Gotta have all my ducks in a row. Okay. Now I want to find Putin's full speech from yesterday because it is, chilling. If I can find it. I have a clip from it, but it's not the full thing, but I guess the clip will do. Here we go.
Да, безусловно. Они будут пытаться делать ставку на так называемую пятую колонну, на национал-предателей, на тех, кто зарабатывает деньги здесь, у нас, а живет там. И живет даже не в географическом смысле этого слова, а по своим мыслям, по своему рабскому сознанию. Я совсем не осуждаю тех, у кого вилла в Майами или на французской ривьере, кто не может обойтись без фуагра, устриц или так называемых гендерных свобод. Но проблема абсолютно не
So-called gender freedoms.
в этом, а повторю, в том, что многие из таких людей по своей сути ментально находятся именно там, а не здесь, не с нашим народом, не с Россией. Это и есть, по их мнению, признак принадлежности к высшей касте, к высшей расе. Подобные люди готовы и мать родную продать, только бы им разрешили сидеть в прихожей у этой самой высшей касты. И они хотят быть похожими на нее, всячески подражая ей. Но они забывают или не понимают вообще, что этой так называемой высшей касте они, если и нужны, то как расходный материал.
By the way, this entire speech, Alexander Dugin's fingerprints all over it.
Чтобы использовать их для нанесения максимального ущерба нашему народу. Коллективный Запад пытается расколоть наше общество, спекулируя на боевых потерях, на социально-экономических последствиях санкций, спровоцировать гражданское противостояние в России и, используя свою пятую колонну, стремиться к достижению своей цели. А цель одна, я уже говорил об этом – разрушение России. Но любой народ, а тем более российский народ, всегда сможет отличить истинных патриотов.
Yeah, Alexander Dugin is the philosopher who melded Russian ideas with Nazism. So yeah, he's a neo-Nazi under a different name. He's a Nazbol. He is the ideological star of the National Bolsheviks in Russia.
От подонков и предателей. И просто выплюнет их, как случайно залетевшую в рот мушку. Выплюнет на панель. Убежден, такое естественное и необходимое самоочищение общества только укрепит нашу страну. Нашу солидарность, сплоченность и готовность ответить на любые вызовы.
Okay. I wonder if there's I you know, again, probably because of all of the takedowns of Russian media, I'm having a hard time finding where this actually is broadcast. That's from 3 weeks ago. Did he train for the KGB when Ivana's father was running them? No, Putin was a member of the KGB. Captain Jackass, thank you. Yeah, self-purification of society. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, Semi-Knifey Duck, okay? They are increasingly talking about internal purges. This is what I was talking about earlier with Anna. Increasingly talking about the escalation of purging dissidents from Russian society. Notice how they've gone from saying that Ukraine needs to be purged of Nazis, and now it's Russia itself also needs to be purged. Are we going full on? We're going full on Stalin, ain't we? Yep. And by we, you mean Putin, of course. Interesting report coming out of The Guardian as of 2 hours ago. Basically, there are some indications from generals and military officials who have intel on the ground. There are some signs that Russia might not be able to take the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv, which is interesting. The assumption was that Moscow was going to attempt a massive assault on the city. However, it is now turning into a situation that is looking increasingly unlikely as Russian forces continue to take losses and the ability to encircle the city becomes less and less an imminent prospect. Did I miss the talk with Anna? You did! It happened at the very beginning of the stream. How did it go? It went so well. I love talking with that lady. Very, very smart. No one wants to be enslaved to clean up the mess he created. Exactly. Yeah, dude is calling for a full-on self-purification of society right now. Yeah, exactly. So this is from Western officials, uncited. So take this with a grain of salt, okay? An estimated 7,000 Russian troops have died in the fighting so far. That is just deaths, not casualties. So the estimated casualties are supposedly much higher, as much as 15,000, in addition to the actual troop deaths. An estimated additional 10% of Russia's military equipment has been destroyed, which is really coming down to tanks, logistical equipment, aircraft, etc. Now, some of these officials are quoted as saying, "I would be quite cautious in terms of my understanding of Russian intent on Kyiv," noting that Russian forces had been trying to encircle the Ukrainian capital for many days, but had failed to make any real progress in either the northwest or the east. I think there's a question as to whether Moscow now intends to try to assault Kyiv or not, and I don't know the answer to that, the official added. Yeah. So there is also, from the speech, which we weren't able to find full video of yet, Vladimir Putin saying the pro-Nazi regime in Kyiv could have gotten its hands on weapons of mass destruction. Putin is just blatantly pulling Iraq. Yeah, Ukraine has weapons of mass destruction. That's why we need to. We need to go in. We need to go in. We need to stay in. Well, yeah, no. Meggie LaViolent. It is sad. War is not most people's fault. War tends to be the fault of a handful of folks at the top. Everyone else is just a sap left holding the bill. Yeah, wait, is it the weapons, the Nazis, NATO, or the blood and soil? Well, I think we can rule out NATO, given that from the very beginning of the invasion, Ukraine has been offering to rule out ever joining NATO. But now it's the potential for weapons, now it is the blood and soil, etc., mostly it's the blood and soil. Pretty much most Russian people support this war. I don't think that's true, Master Duck Slimes normies. I think that a lot of the polling coming out of Russia is pretty let me put it this way. I don't trust the Russian state media's polling on the public opinion for the war in Russia. Let me put it that way. Yeah, you know what? Vladimir Putin also won his last election by a handy margin of like 70 or 80%. He must be very, very popular there. You know, he's so popular that they elected him to be president after he supposedly stepped down, and they re-elected him to lead the country until 2036. Yeah, I really trust the information coming out of the Russian government-controlled media in Russia. You know, the same government that is arresting journalists and threatening them with 15 years in prison or possibly life in prison if they report things that aren't true, like there is a war in Ukraine. That is something that could get you arrested for 15 goddamn years in Russia. We're the guys from Wisconsin who were all excited about protecting property. I mean, a couple of them have gone over there, okay? There are reports of Americans bumbling around in Ukraine and being very disappointed that they don't have access to, like, javelins and shit. Yeah, look, I saw a poll the other day where 140% of people loved Putin. Yeah, there's no war in Ba Sing Se. I just don't get why, if they're faking election stuff, why go to those extremes? Give it like 55-45? Well, because, you know, that would make them look too unpopular, you know? That would make them look too unpopular. You gotta stroke the ego a little bit, Fellini, and stroke the eagle too, okay? That eagle's lonely. It needs love. 2 minutes and 20 seconds of Putin's speech. I mean, I got 2 minutes and 10 seconds there, so I want the full thing, or otherwise we got enough. Yeah, look, you gotta stroke the eagle in the United States, okay? Master Duck Slime's Normies, you can whisper the link to a mod. Yeah, the video of Trump getting spooked by the eagle. Yeah, Trump, look, the eagle knows. The eagle knows not to trust Trump. Oh, this is the same video that I just played, unfortunately. Thank you for trying, though, Antithesis. Let's see here. By the way, Russia, I missed this part of the justification for invading Ukraine. Putin is also blaming the saying that they need to invade Ukraine to protect Russians in Ukraine from neo-Nazis and drug addicts. Typically you have to protect your people from drug addicts by invading a neighboring country. You know? That's pretty incredible. That's pretty incredible. Too many drug addicts in Ukraine. Gotta invade. Let's see. Yeah, it seems that most of the Russians that are living abroad are not very supportive of the invasion of Ukraine. Cannot find any crackers at Walmart? Damn, go to the cracker aisle. I'm hearing it has a link to the entire speech. What's edited out of the one you are showing is just dead air. Oh, okay. So all of the dead air was just... Okay. Interesting. I would have thought that he would be giving a longer speech. Yeah, the ballet dancer who fled Russia. I live in California, please don't remind me. Twitch admins, please ignore. I do like our honka emote. Honka S? It's very good. It's very good. Oh, it's real? Wait, what's real? Oh, yeah. People got upset about all of the conversations about the variety of crackers that are available in some grocery stores. So you can't say that without the additional context of it being a grocery store, you know? Yeah. So now we use it with the less aggressive and more less harsh, the soft A, you know? You got to use the soft A. Honka, you know? You can't use the hard Y, all right? With the soft grocery store, yeah. You're marshing my mallow. You're welcome. Also, by the way, in case people on the left, you know who I'm talking about, the infrareds or the Jackson Honkles or the Timmy Doors. You know, if any of those types try to convince you that Russia really needed to invade because of a secret genocide happening, just remember that the international investigation into that has found no evidence for there being a genocide ongoing in the Donbass. You mean Jimpson Hurdy-Gurdy? Yeah. Jiminy Herp-Derp? Yeah. Yeah, Demi Jorts. The guy from TYT. Oh no. Oh, chat, I forgot to ask Anna the only question. Don't bring false Master Duck Slime's normies. That's literally what I said. Or, like, it ends with either Ukraine breaking, Putin dying somehow in an accident in Minecraft, or with Putin losing the ability to actually run the country, i.e. through some sort of, massive economic collapse on the scale of, like, not being able to pay his army. Oh no, it's St. Patrick's Day. I was gonna wear my Legend of Zelda outfit. Darn it. But guys, I forgot to ask Anna Kasparian the most important question, not related to Russia-Ukraine. I forgot to ask her if she's seen Dave Rubin's latest comedy bit. I forgot if she I need to know. And chat, have you guys seen Dave Rubin has become a comedian? Dave Rubin has become a comedian. Don't you do it? Don't you do it? I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm showing you the bit. I'm showing you the bit. Dave Rubin is so proud about this. He uploaded it as a standalone thing to his YouTube channel. The fuck did we do to deserve this? You haven't been gifting enough subs and bits, okay? Anytime you guys start slacking in the donos, you get hit with the pain. That's how it works here, okay? Alright, I now present to you, is this going to be painful? Oh, sweet summer child. Oh, sweet summer child. Does he make fun of trans people? You know he's going to.
But I think that's an incredibly relevant question. Yeah. And I think DOJ, in the same way that it is setting up a task force to investigate oligarchs, should look into people who are Russian propagandists and shilling for Putin. That's being, if you are a foreign asset to a dictator, it should be investigated. In fact, I remember when Tulsi Gabbard, and I even hate that we're discussing it, because I think to myself, who is this woman? She's she's no longer in Congress. She's a failed presidential candidate. Yeah. She only practically exists on Twitter. And the fact that we're giving her oxygen is what makes her relevant, that we're talking about her on Hot Topics.
They used to arrest people for doing stuff like this. If they thought you were colluding with a Russian agent, if they thought you were putting out information or taking information and handing over to Russia, they used to actually investigate stuff like this, and I guess now and handing over to Russia. They used to actually investigate stuff like this, and I guess
Dave Rubin used to be someone taken seriously for the news. Holy shit. This is really, really pathetic.
Now, there seems to be no bars.
What are you two crazy bitches talking about?
He said bitch.
What are you talking about? You want to arrest people who are different than you politically? Tulsi Gabbard? She's a member of our military. She's a former congresswoman, a Democrat. You just don't like her, so you want to arrest her? You want to arrest Tucker Carlson, the very dapper Tucker Carlson. What are you saying? You guys are nuts. You're just nuts. I only agreed to do this show because I thought that Whoopi was sane. She was good. Sister Act 2. Anna's just nuts. I don't even know what she's doing here. The other one's a racist, and there's the drunk one. What are we all doing here? You people are everything that you've come to hate. You know that? Why am I here? I need a haircut.
So I missed most of it. So here's the issue. There's no joke here. There's literally no joke here. He's just making the same points he would make outside of an attempt at doing a bit. Well, yeah, the joke is Dave Rubin himself, like, thinking that this is really, really funny. Can we make that face an emote or for something when it's less than not funny? Unfortunately, I feel like people would abuse this emote in a not constructive way. The right is getting better. Yeah, the right is getting better at memeing. The meme technology is improving at a shocking rate. Yeah, Rubin is not in on the joke here. But like that's the thing. He's just saying what Dave Rubin believes. You know, typically if you're going to make a character for like a comedy bit, you don't just like say the same thing you would say if you weren't that character, you know? Like if I'm playing D&D and I am like taking on the role of like I don't know, a hero or adventurer, typically I'm not going to name it Riverboat Jack and then like just go about the game as if it's like this is what Riverboat Jack does. Time to have my character start streaming. Like, what is this emote? Meggy LaViolent. It is the face of a Coomer. Which this is as like a counterpoint to like transphobes who are like, but chromosomes, but baby making. It is an article from Atlas Obscura, why it took scientists so long to figure out where babies come from, which we literally didn't know until like the 1900s. But it's a very fascinating read. But this is a drawing of a habitual masturbator from the 1947 book The Silent Friend. Basically, the idea was that if you were someone who habitually masturbated, you were literally using up your precious brain fluids and would become a drooling Coomer. Is that a lip or a tongue? That's a tongue. His tongue is lolling out. He's drooling. Okay? Somehow still has the wherewithal to wear a suit and tie, but is also just drooling and, like, clearly has been edged for, like, 10 hours. He can't help it, okay? So, of course, we made this an emote in chat, so you guys can spam Yeah, no, unironically, in the 1800s, there was a huge fight between the pro-faps and the no-faps, okay? They were called different things, but that's more or less the gist. And this photo is just very, very funny. It's public domain, so freely use this photo, chat. It's available to all of you. Thank you for all the lore. You're welcome. Graham crackers were originally invented to prevent masturbation. True. The practice of circumcision spread to non-Jewish folk, specifically because it was thought that it would prevent masturbation. So, yeah, I mean, there was a large... Cornflakes also were invented to prevent masturbation. Yeah. I don't know. Just letting you know. Why does that Coomer portrait look like the NFT monkey? I don't know, Iconoclast. Y'all don't just eat burritos for breakfast, so you have that free hand. I eat burritos all the goddamn time. I'm gonna eat a burrito today because I feel like I earned it. The OG bored ape. Yeah. Oh, right. I forgot Dave Rubin was on my screen. Unfortunate. Excuse me. My former boss, she had her son circumcised at 8 years old? Fuck that. Why the fuck would you do that? Like, that is... Look, I know we don't like framing it this way. Circumcision is genital mutilation for men, okay? For penis havers, circumcision is genital mutilation. I think it's perfectly fine if you do it, like, and you're an adult and you want that to be done. Fine, go for it, okay? Doing it on a baby, pretty fucked. The baby can't consent to that, okay? Doing it on an 8-year-old, even more fucked. She was not right in the old noggin? Yeah. Anyway, let's look at the comments below this Dave Rubin video, huh? I'm really curious to see what Dave Rubin's audience thinks about this sister act. Get it? That was a joke because Whoopi Goldberg is also on the program. Okay, let's see. Well done, Dave. These people are so disconnected from reality, it really is beyond words. And since it's beyond words, mockery really is the best approach to them. I really don't agree with everything Tucker is saying these days, but he's far from a traitor. There's a lot that we all have to sort through as we contemplate what actions the US should or shouldn't take. This is serious business. Okay. Also, like, again, the joke would have been like going on The View and like saying, hey, and like hyperbolizing the left, you know? Not just repeating Dave Rubin's actual ideas. That would, like, the other thing would have been the joke. You know, I honestly can't tell when commenters are saying the lack of self-awareness is astounding with these people. I honestly can't tell if he's talking about Dave Rubin or the people on The View. Let's see. Thank you, Dave Rubin, for the opportunity to laugh while simultaneously pointing out how disconnected from reality and authoritarian those that listen only to one source of news have become. Kindest regards? Who's watching The View as a source of news? Oh my god, these people actually think that was comedy. Oh my god, Dave, you're not just a very good, intelligent, and honest show host. You're a damn good comic? Holy shit, these people are literal seals. Arf! 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 You put on a wig! Arf! 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 You know? Mephistopheles! Happy St. Gertrude's Day! She's the patron saint of cats, and today is her day also, damn it. Yo! St. Gertrude sounds cool as hell. Man, I can't believe anyone is still a Dave Rubin stan. Oh, okay. Well, leftists can no longer criticize Mrs. Davina Rudin because she is a beautiful, brave woman and therefore is beyond reproach. True. True. Women can't be criticized by leftists. That's true. Look, that's the cheat code, okay? That's why I transitioned. I transitioned specifically so people couldn't criticize my political takes. That's it. That's why I transitioned, folks. Definitely not for other reasons. Women more like infallible and beyond reproach. Hell yeah. He's still white though? True. The ultimate mark against him. If only he had done blackface and drag, you know? What's Riverboat Jack's take on the Vosh drama? My take on the Vosh drama is that there are levels of misogyny, and if we accept that there are levels of relatively acceptable and unacceptable misogyny, then I would rather expend my energy caring about the misogyny of J.K. Rowling than the misogyny of someone who is shitting on J.K. Rowling. And I would also rather expend my energy on like the things that J.K. Rowling inspires, like the fascist "Don't Say Gay" bill or other transphobia, because hey, you know what? As a leftist, I want to oppose fascism, and transphobia is explicitly rooted in fascism. They don't have arguments that make coherent, logical, scientific sense, and they want to exterminate trans people, and literally a core platform of the Nazis was the extermination of queer people and the elimination of trans medical science, which is what happened when they were burning, and a lot of people don't know this, when they were burning the books in the famous pictures of the book burnings by the Nazis. They were burning irreplaceable research on trans people. It set us back a century in our understanding of transgender science, okay? People like me, we got holocausted. Okay? Yeah, the Institute for Sexual Wissenschaft. Yeah, Chechnya is also pretty notorious for its concentration camps for LGBTQ people. Really, is there ever a good reason to leak sexts? Look, if Kat Black had been doing this to anyone else in the left, she would have been completely isolated by the amount of condemnation from everyone else around her. Because it was done to a dude that a lot of leftists don't like, people were just like, fuck Vosh. You know? Which is particularly ironic because you would think that, again, this general sentiment would be fuck J.K. Rowling, and not, well, J.K. Rowling hates a person I hate, so we're gonna go on attack the person that J.K. Rowling platformed. Vosh handled that leak like a champ? Absolutely. A stand-up clip from Master Duck Slime's Normies? Is this real? Wait, is this real? Dave Rubin has done actual stand-up before? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you for this wonderful gift. Oh my god. Oh my god. Incredible. Hot gay comics.
Hello. Holy Jesus, people showed up. I'll be damned. How you doing? Yes, how are you? We were a little nervous.
Is this on VHS? Holy moly.
Because this is above ground, and a lot of times gay people only do things in groups below ground. But I'm...
What? A lot of times gay people only do stuff in groups below ground? What? Nani the fuck?
I'm glad you're all here. This is very exciting. Hot Gay Comics live for television.
Don't worry, chat. We're 30 seconds in. We're 10% done. Okay, let's go.
No,
that's not how math works.
Have televisions. You have a Pretty good. Okay, and how many of you have the Here Network? Okay, we've got some work to do, but we're very good. So do we have all gay people? Is everyone here gay? You're gay. Very good, very good. Do we have some...
Holy shit, Dave, you're using a third of your entire stand-up bit to just be, like, ask them questions about televisions? Holy shit.
A lot of discussion. Like, did some of you just come out right then? I should tell you I'm gay. We're at a gay show. I thought this would be a good way of doing it. Do we have some lesbians? I sense lesbians in the crowd tonight. Okay, we're a little lesbian heavy on this side. We may have to move some of you. And straight people, I should ask about the... Really? That was disproportionately powerful. Really? That many straight here? You, sir, obviously straight with your 4 chicks. And, a lot of straight people. Really? I was going to have security remove like 3 or 4 of you, but I guess we can't do that. Do we have any gays in relationships, or as I like to call them, gays from the future? You two, look at the way you're sitting. You guys are mounting each other in love. Look, how long? How long you been doing it? 7 years. Which in
Dave even makes other gay people uncomfortable. Holy shit.
gay years, what 30? What are we talking? What is that? 7 years. What's the trick? 7 years. No tricks. Oh.
Yeah, when is he gonna tell a joke?
Oh, you're a funny crowd. Okay. So a lot of straight people and a funny crowd. This could be tough. This could be tough. For a comedian, for a gay comedian just trying to make his way in the world, this could be tough. But I feel
good thing he's not a comedian.
good. 7 years, that's amazing. Can any gays beat 7 years? Can anyone beat 7 years? Anyone? One guy, okay. Yes, I've been masturbating
Dave, literally the guy right in front of you.
for 25 years. No, that's your boyfriend, your lover, your partner. And how long? Pretty good.
No,
Oh,
he's
so
not going
easy
to tell
get
a single
gays to clap.
joke.
It really is.
Oh my god. Oh my god. And he never got invited back. And he never got invited back. Not even the Kharkiv Kid Finder could save that one. Shit. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the end of his act. I mean, I'm pretty sure it wasn't either, but, holy fuck. Pretty brave of him going up there without any material. Yeah. Any lesbians in the chat? Any straights in the chat? I was gonna have you arrested. Oh god. Yeah, Russia has begun dropping, Russia ends war immediately by dropping the largest bomb they have, the unaired comedy special of Dave Rubin. Larger than any nuke in their arsenal. I'm bi, so that makes me half straight, so do I half die? Yeah, you have a stroke and half your body just becomes inert. Geronimus Prime, don't worry, I don't have handcuffs. I just have rope. That does sound worse. I take it back. Super straight is ultra gay. True. Oh, okay. Look, I feel like you guys are interpreting this in a way that was not intended. You knew what you were. No. Stream's over. What? Rope is a sexier thing to tie people up with than handcuffs. Ugh, you're all incorrigible. Oh, mommy. That was for you, Paul Squall. But rope burns. Well, yeah, that's why you gotta give a little bit of space, you know. Jack is a rope bunny, confirmed. Do 5 arm curls. I'll do that right now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chat is way too horny for you right now. Well, look, chat had to do something to distract themselves from Dave Rubin's stand-up, okay? I understand. I understand. Too much comedy in here for you? Yeah. It was an emergency? Yeah. Look, this is emergency horny. Now, just a coping mechanism. Daddy. For you, skeleton. Now remember, I will never, ever redeem these things when I have a guest on, okay? Quick, hand me the emergency horny pouch. Also a cooming mechanism. True. Horniness is all we have left after that brutal routine. Let us have one tingle of humanity. Chat was very polite for Anna. You were! Like, it must have been a good conversation, because, oh god, Master Duck Slime's Norries, did you really find another one of Dave Rubin doing stand-up? Oh god. Oh god. Why are you doing this to us? Okay, friends, don't worry, I'm still alive. I'm glad you're still alive, Furious Jims. I'm good, femboy? Hell yeah. My Brian, when Jack busts out Dave Rubin and I know it's coming. Let's take a look at his Brian.
For a lot of stinging. Oh no.
I don't know what's happening. You know, Danny Boy did great. That's fair. That is fair. Jack has never watched Over the Hedge. True. I never have. Never have. More Rubin stand-up.
You know, they say...
Boy, howdy. It's not from the same set, but... goddamn. Dave Rubin's stand-up comedy comeback. Does that mean he was ever there before?
You know, they say that we are more divided than ever, right? That's what they say, whoever the hell they are. They keep saying it.
And I don't know that I believe it, but I thought the best way I could start this, and it's sort of why I do the show, is to bring people together. But they keep telling us that, you know, we hate each other, we're more divided. So I thought maybe you guys should look around the room and just kind of look and realize how much you hate everybody else. I mean, really, take a look at another table and just really, everyone, please, don't, I'm not just doing this for, really, look at each other. I mean, you see, you hate them and they hate you, and the white people hate everybody else, and it's all so stupid. All right, but I thought what I should do actually is take a little poll, because I want to read the room. How many of you...
You know what? It was bad, but that was a joke. That is true. He now has done more jokes in the first minute than he did in the previous one.
Say that you're conservatives by a round of applause. How many conservatives? Conservatives always very respectful. You first raise your hand before you applaud. Conservative. We don't make a lot of noise. Conservative, we're conserving the applause. Conservatives, that's good. Look, that's great. You know, people with jobs and families. You know, you're dressed right. I saw you. I could have picked you all out. It's very easy. Oh, well, there's someone who's wearing clothes that fit, probably a conservative. How many of you are libertarians? Libertarians. All right.
Yeah, conservatives never wear clothes that checks notes don't fit. Because conservatives are all wealthy? Question mark?
That is a very special libertarian there. Libertarians, yes. Anyone that just applauded, those are the people you can get pot from at the end of the show. Libertarians love pot. Just quick sidebar, I went to one of these, you know, I was getting medicinal marijuana for my horrific glaucoma, but then, but now it's legal, I guess, and you just can show up with your ID or whatever. So I went just like a couple days ago to the pot shop, and it is impossible to get weed at a pot shop. Have you been there? We got oil, we got rocks, we got edibles. I was like, do you have weed in weed form? Is that even a thing? I mean, I wasn't in college that long ago. Like a bag of swag, that would be fine. Swag, is that a word?
No, it's not.
All right, we did conservatives, we did libertarians. How many progressives? How many progressives? I'm guessing there are, but I know because of the soy, it's sometimes hard to clap.
Oh, look, a joke.
I'm a little different in comedy form. You see? It's coming back. I mean, I used to do this. This is what I did.
Did he really? Did he have a career as a comedian?
Okay. I forgot that I'm good at this. All right. So we got...
You're really not.
Hey,
McWiggin.
No one will say it. I mean, we're not going to shoot you. I mean... we have one. We have one. Please, take them outside. It's all right. It's all right. You're wrong, but it's all right. I think it's great. It's great.
Oh my God, he was a professional comedian? Oh. How did he I mean, he must have come from a rich family or something, because there's no way he was making rent being a comedian.
I'll let it be. Okay, so we did conservatives, we did libertarians, we did how many classical liberals would be? Those, of course, would be my people, otherwise known by the media as a bunch of racist, bigot homophobes.
Honestly, I'm not in as much pain here as I was in the last one. Like, it's just so bad. It's just kind of like a mealy-mouthed sludge, you know? So, like, I'm not in pain. This is just unpleasant, you know?
Those are good people who believe in the individual, which is what I believe in, all the things that I'm constantly talking about. And how many, of course, to cap this off, how many alt-right, and you can just do it by a show of hands, That is a great laugh you have right there.
Okay. Boy Meets Mini has sent me this article from Vanity Fair about F1 drivers being hot. And you know what? Gotta admit, they're pretty hot. I mean, look, you gotta be hot to wear this fucking bow tie, okay? If you're not hot and you're wearing this bow tie, people are gonna just ask you if you're a clown. I like his eyebrows. Oh, this guy, I like the sash that this guy has. The knit tank top is a bit questionable, but I like the pants and the sash and the shoes. Now this I like a lot, okay? This is a power move. You show up to any event in a goddamn pink power suit with a goddamn corsage the size of your face. Yo, you look ready to fuck, dude. Yeah, like show up to the club in this. Yo, you getting laid, okay? Okay, this guy is just clearly a Bond villain. Nobody wears like a modernist eyeball on their jacket. No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to eye. Okay, I don't like this guy's facial hair. It's a little bit unkempt and a little bit weird looking. I also don't really care for this blazer or like these pins. I like the undershirt though. I also don't much care for this outfit. Sorry, racer number 3 or 4. You are not the winner. Are these pictures of conservatives? I can tell because they're clothes fit. Now this is look. This is a goddamn fit. Okay. The parachute pants, the shoes, the undershirt. Maybe like a different overcoat. But like otherwise, this is a good look. I like this. This is also pretty good. Especially if you can get away with the bare chest under. Okay. You're right. That was a good palate cleanser, Boy Meets Mini. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Sadly, most F1 fans are like, men aren't men anymore. Look, F1 fans who say that are just mad that F1 drivers are hot. That's it, okay? How we doing, chat? We're vibing? We are vibing, aren't we? Not done with work, that's how I'm doing. Well, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to be doing with my day. My girlfriend was supposed to come over, but there's been a COVID scare, so I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen tonight. I do want to play Elden Ring, though. Girlfriend, my parasocial. Yeah, my girlfriend is a hot lady. But you know what? You know what? That's okay. I still flirt with chat. I still believe in the power of our parasocial Reno. I'm almost out of work. 30 minutes left. Hell yeah. Jack's hot teacher girlfriend? True. True. Chat, she sent me a picture today. And she looks so pretty. I don't know. I think she looks really, really pretty. Look. She's so pretty. I don't know. I gush. I gush over her. Gay. True. Very gay. Okay. Chat. My question is this. You can't fool me, that's a model picture from Peepo magazine? True. A dox? It's not a dox. You guys don't know what her name is. Well, actually, you know what her first name is. But that's fine. I've shown her a picture on stream before, chat. Okay. So, my conundrum is, I haven't eaten today. Yeah, her name is Teacher. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm thinking of ordering some food. And Riverboat Jane. You know, fun fact, I did experiment with changing my name to Jane for a while. And then I just decided I liked being a girl named Jack, you know? Bring her soup? Her name is Rewards. Oh, teacher. Food is always a good idea. I agree. Jack as a feminine name feels right. Right? I feel like I've grown into Jack as a woman's name, you know? I like being a woman named Jack. Not Jackie, not Jacqueline, but Jack, you know? Daddy. Oh, Master Duck Slime's normies, hit me up with that, okay? Hit me up with that sweet, sweet Dave Rubin stand-up. I need it. I need it in my life. Ooh, yeah. I should add an, hell yeah, brother. Now a woman named Richard, that's a power move? True. Order vegan food. No. Look, I agree with all I agree with all vegan arguments against industrialized food production, but I'm gonna continue to eat meat. I don't believe my individual choices affect the overall system all that much. Counter argument, Borger. Counter argument. Chipotle. More puke. Look, I'm relying on technology to get us to the point where lab-grown meat is a thing, because lab-grown meat is like logically the end point of where we get to efficient meat production. And I think it's far, far, far more ethical. All right. Dave Rubin stand-up compilation.
These are great. That's the thing. Look, I am not for white supremacy or neo-Nazism, but the...
Okay, then why you send it? Why you adding a button there? Why you adding a button there, Dave Rubin?
Alt-right as a shit-posting, fun, call out the bullshit, mock the power thing is amazing, actually. There's nothing funny coming out on the left anymore. The left is a bunch of... Have you watched any of these comedy shows? They're a bunch of preachy little bitches right now. The left is crumbling because look at all your favorite comics and writers and whatever on Twitter. Are any of them funny anymore? They're not funny. You know where the funny stuff's coming? It's coming out of the alt-right. That doesn't mean I'm a Nazi.
You're all looking at me like, okay, we're ready for comedy. We're gonna do some comedic things. All right. We have a tremendous.
Would that make sexual assault ethical then, because you don't stop sexual assault overall by sexually assaulting? What? Look, I agree with your arguments. That eating animals, not good. But I'm still gonna do it.
And to show for you, we got gays, we got lesbians, we got straights. Right up front, they put the straight person up.
Wait, who? I'm a victim too? I've been sexually assaulted. What?
Why would you put a straight person? I demanded the straight people be in the back. How many of you would say that you're conservatives? By a round of applause. How many conservatives? Conservatives always very respectful. You first raise your hand before you applaud. Conservative. We don't make a lot of noise. Conservative. We're conserving the applause. Conservatives, that's good. Look,
gotcha.
Great. You know, people with jobs and families. You know, you're dressed right. I saw you. I could have picked you all out. It's very easy. Oh, well, there's someone who's wearing clothes that fit, probably a conservative. All gay people. Is everyone here gay? You're gay. Very good, very good. Do we have any bisexuals?
Hello,
I know they
Earth
don't really get
Rhombus.
out much, but any no bisexual? No one wants to fess up to that. That was the worst rate. You just went like this. I should tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the equivalent here would be, like, if you're gonna draw the comparison, right, it wouldn't just be like killing animals to eat their meat to sexual assault, it would be raping animals, right? Like, if you were gonna draw, if you were really interested in drawing this comparison, which you shouldn't be, the direct equivalence that you would be looking for between sexual assault and animal abuse would be like bestiality, because animals can't consent. But the people you're talking to in chat are people of color, Melody? I don't know why you're getting so mad. Yeah, I'm sorry, this native isn't dark enough, apparently. Yeah, it's true. I morally compromised myself by not being vegan. That's true. God. I don't find that there's anything inconsistent with my leftist values and not being, not living up to my vegan, my agreement with vegan values. Frankly, look, here is my my argument here. I care about human beings before I care about animals. In the long term, I would like to better both human being lives and animal lives. But I'm gonna try to do one before the other, you know? Hey, Darkstar Mike. I'm a little biased that way. Like, if I ran into a building and I had the opportunity to save a baby or a dog, I'm sorry, I'm saving the baby. I'm a little biased in that way. I just got here, but it seems like this is a tangent. Yeah, there's someone being really salty in chat. Did I see the Elden Ring PETA ad? No. Though I do feel really bad anytime I accidentally hurt an animal in Elden Ring. All meat eaters are void of compassion. That is a pretty colonizer take. Agreed. Ironically, Melody is making beef. True. Let's see. Also, there are foods that vegans rely on that are very resource intensive. Just throwing that out there. Any transition to a veganist food diet for the vast majority of people would need to drastically alter the Earth to achieve that goal. Which I think would be generally a pretty positive goal to achieve, but I don't think it's going to be one we're actually going to be able to achieve without some form of synthetic meat substitute that is widely available and cheap as hell. So, yeah. This is why, by the way, I don't think that my individual actions are meaningfully going to impact the meat industry. I think that the meat industry is going to be embracing like lab-grown meat, like some sort of synthetic meat derivative. And I think that that's going to be largely beneficial for the planet and beneficial for animals. Yeah, and we need to get rid of factory farming. I agree. But I still think that even once we do all those things, there will still be a place for, like, hunting practices for, like, indigenous folks. I have no problem with that. Yeah, individual actions don't, but 100K individual actions do. That's the conundrum. Yeah, but let me put it this way. I don't think you're going to get the vast majority of people on Earth, or even all people on Earth, to adopt a vegan diet. I don't think that is something that is meaningfully possible. With lab meat, I think we could do that. With lab meat, I think we could get the vast majority of people on board with that and end most animal suffering. Rodents and birds that make their homes in grain fields are killed during harvest, so being vegan still kills animals, but it does reduce suffering. That's also true. There are like 7 layers of nuance I could bring to this, but I mostly agree. It's just a rabbit hole. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm giving my basic bitch take, okay? I personally don't think the vote with your wallet approach is very effective in capitalism. It can be, but I don't think it generally makes that big of a difference. Like, sorry, voting with our wallet, we still have the abuse of human beings. Voting with our wallet has not ended, like, the abuse of, like, children being used as, like, slave labor, okay? It's also not going to end the abuse of animals. Yeah, exactly. We have to overcome capitalism itself first before we can actually meaningfully target, like, the factory farming industry. Not to take the vegan side, but people arguing with vegans tend to make it sound like vegans are the only people eating crops that exploit humans. Make it sound like vegans are the only... Well, yeah, no. Do you believe in women's right? Do you mean, do I believe in women's rights? I do. Can we talk about LGBTQ rights? Absolutely. What's up, Suspect 15? Ellen Degenerate, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Vegan Stunlock Power Hour, the only thing keeping you from another 8 minutes of precious Dave Rubin stand-up comedy. Look, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place here. If I stop talking about veganism, or whatever other Stunlock is introduced by chat, we have to go back to the Dave Rubin clip. Okay, so what about the rights of people that have been taught all their lives that there are only 2 genders? They still have rights, they're just wrong. So, I mean, like, you know, like flat earthers still have rights, they're just wrong, you know? Why did Ellen Degenerate get banned? How is science wrong? Well, science supports the idea that there are more than two genders. I mean, the historical anthropological evidence also supports the fact that there are more than two genders. Science also even supports that there are more than two sexes. It's just a bimodal distribution of sexual characteristics, which is why you don't find most biologists talking about male and female anymore. You have them talking about different sexual characteristics and genetic consequences thereof. You cannot change your DNA. And have you ever had a DNA test? Do you know what your DNA is? Most people don't know what their own DNA is. Like, and you don't know what the DNA is of any of the people you interact with on a daily basis. You just have to make assumptions. And those assumptions are based on societal expectations, which is what we're talking about when we're talking about gender. That's just the ones that like to pander to you a lot? No, that's the scientific consensus. The vast majority of biologists, if you actually talk with them or read their peer-reviewed studies, you'll find most biologists aren't talking about this shit. That's the case. As a white man, why can't I be a black woman? Well, you can. In academic circles, there are people who talk about transracialism. Can you name some of these biologists? Oh, you like biology? Name 5. But yeah, no, in high-level academic circles, you'll find that there are people who talk about transracialism, like people who grow up in predominantly black neighborhoods who are accepted as black by the community even though they have white skin. This is a thing that happens in the real world on a fairly regular basis. And you can find pretty interesting and compelling articles about that. Just most people don't actually want to deal with the research that's been done on these issues. And yeah, the categorization of race, like white and black, these are things that are socially constructed. For example, 50 years ago, people in Iran and Iraq were considered white. They're not considered white anymore because the social categorization of these people changes over time. Living in a black community would not make you black if you are white. No, but there is some level of, there's a difference. How do I put this? There's a difference between blackness and your skin's melanin content. You know, these are two different ideas and things. So like, melanin content is like an objective fact, as opposed to race, which is a social construct. The understanding of blackness and whiteness wasn't a thing until around the birth of the transatlantic slave trade. There were, of course, like, they could, of course, see that there were differences in skin colors, but it didn't really mean the same thing that it means in the current modern American context. There are great videos on YouTube of white guys who live their whole lives in a black neighborhood and are, for all intents and purposes, black. Yeah, there's a Channel 5 video about 2 white twins who live in a predominantly black community and are, for all intents and purposes, accepted as black folk. Ugh, it's gonna take forever to get the slime out of my hair. I mean, it is really interesting when people come in here and want to talk about this, but don't actually want to engage with the topic, you know? It'd be really great if transphobes actually were interested in these topics instead of, like, trying to be, like, edgy and mean, I guess. Because there's a lot of really cool stuff to talk about when it comes to transracialism or transgender folks, like the intersections of race and gender and money or class. You know, like, these things are really interesting to talk about. Some Africans here we would consider white, like North Africans with Arabic and tribal descent, but they aren't black, and some people are black, but they're not from Africa. Exactly. Yeah, instead of trying to gotcha, we could have a really interesting discussion about these topics. You know? And it's always funny to me because, like, the transphobes come in and they're like, you can't change your chromosomes. And it's like, okay, but, like, when you're walking down the street or you meet someone for the first time or you go up to someone in a bar, how do you know what their chromosomes are? You know? How do you know what their genetic condition is? You don't. You just make assumptions based on their social presentation. And those assumptions and social presentations are things that are heavily gendered in our society along different sets of characteristics and ideas of what these different groups are, whether it's femininity, masculinity, or non-binarity. That's a word. Yeah, have you ever... Yeah, I've never seen a chromosome, chat. Wrong, Jack. I know every fucking amino acid of everyone I interact with. Why, yes, I'm a sane human being. Yeah, like, are you demanding blood tests from every human you interact with? Are you demanding, like, DNA testing from every human you interact with before you, like, gender them? Are you, like, sticking your hands down their pants to, like, see what their genitals are before you gender them? No, you're not doing any of those things because you are engaging in the communal social activity of, like, gendering people in society, because that is what we are trained to do from birth. And if you are doing those things, you should probably be arrested. So I don't know. These people come in, they're like, sex and gender are the same thing. They are quantifiably not. Like, very observable in the day-to-day, not the same thing. I've had people aggressively ask me if I menstruate, but that's about it. Yeah, people get real weird about trans folks. That NPC brain just repeating their stupid talking points that they hear from Jordan Peterson. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they get real weird and not in a good way. My child knows that he is male no matter what is on his birth certificate, and that I won't tolerate anyone saying otherwise. Hell yeah, Bogu. All I'm saying is that we're at the point where I'm seeing you naked. I've gone past the point of caring about your gender. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the only time conservatives want to hear about menstruation is when it comes to trans men. True. Let's see here. I'm gonna put in an order for my food, because I'm hungry. Lawrence Weathers, thank you for the follow. Hey, Big Orange Jew, we're doing great. We had a great conversation with Anna. We got a fat raid from the Majority Report, and we've been talking about transracialism, transgender people, and we got stunlocked in a vegan argument for a little bit. And since we... Is Jack ordering food for chat? No, you guys haven't donoed enough for me to order food for chat. I mean, honestly, you guys haven't donoed enough for me to be ordering myself food, but I'm doing it anyway, because I'm hungry. Add to beg. Continue to payment. Getting that overcharged delivery, baby. Hell yeah. I'll take virtual food. Yeah, give Jack more donos. Because we know what's in the wings.
Tell you I'm gay. We're at a gay show. So is everyone out? Are you all out? Do we have any closet cases here? Because I like to help the young gay people. Do we have anyone want to admit it right now? I know you. You're not out. You're a hoe.
Milk Toast. Thank you for the follow.
I feel like there's got to be someone hiding in the back. Who here has gay people in their family? Let's see. Everyone. Do we have some lesbians?
Oh my god, he does this at every show. He does this at every show, chat.
I sense lesbians in the crowd tonight. Do we have any black lesbians here?
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is his bit.
We got one right there. There we go. Thank you.
Jesus.
You're with me, right? Yeah. Are you gay? No, you're cold. You're just a cold... You're cold. You know that the gays are cold. That they fear the cold. The gays love water, but fear the cold.
What? Boo! Boo! Boo this man!
No one else is laughing but you. Isn't that weird?
Dave, I have a feeling you get that a lot.
Yeah, I like you. You got a great laugh.
How many of you are libertarians? Libertarians. All right. That is a very special libertarian there. Libertarians, yes. Anyone that just applauded, those are the people you can get pot from at the end of the show. Libertarians love pot.
Exciting Hot Gay Comics live for television. By a show of hands, how many of you have televisions? You have a pretty good. Okay, and how many of you have the Here Network? Okay, we've got some work to do. So I've been masturbating for 25 years. Who else is warming up someone's genitals right now? Anyone or does anyone need their genitals warmed up? Yeah, somebody back there. I don't even have to, won't even bother? Okay, I won't even bother. What are we fighting over? Thank you for that smile, sir. That was a very supportive smile. Yeah. Are you enjoying the sweat? Are you guys? Yeah, I could tell something.
my
you were all
God.
looking at me like, that's a lot of sweat. If I lose control of one of my eyes, just a little gel. I used a lot of gel today.
I was like, do you have weed in weed form? Is that even a thing? I mean, I wasn't in college that long ago. Like a bag of swag, that would be fine. Swag, is that a word?
Everyone gay. Do we have a lot of gay people? Very nice, very nice. And straight people.
He supposedly did this professionally for many years, chat. This is the result of his finely honed craft.
All right, we did conservatives, we did libertarians. How many progressives? How many progressives? I'm guessing there are, but I know because of the soy, it's sometimes hard to clap. So
True milquetoast.
Not one? Is no one will say it? I mean, we're not going to shoot you. I mean, we have one. We have one. Please, take them outside. It's all right. It's all right. You're wrong, but it's all right. I think it's great. It's great. I'll let it be.
Good. Do we have any Mormons? I always want to find out. I know we love the Mormons. Any no Mormons here tonight? No, nobody. And so no straight men. Do we have any straight men? Nobody wants to fess up.
Okay, so we did conservatives, we did libertarians, we did how many classical liberals would be? Those, of course, would be my people, otherwise known by the media as a bunch of racist, bigot homophobes. No, just kidding. Those are good people who believe in the individual, which is what I believe in. All the things that I'm constantly talking about.
Impressions. I haven't done this one in years, but I was.
So who is more of a comedian, Dave Rubin or Steven Crowder? Am I texting? I'm trying to figure out if I get to see my girlfriend today.
I was thinking back there, what can I do for these good people? This is my impression. It's the only impression I do. I literally haven't done it for years. This is my impression of Yoda having sex. Yoda having sex.
Going to come, I am.
Thank you. I assume
that was the highlight of his career.
Yeah. We have a lot of Obama people here. Am I right? Yeah.
That made me very uncomfortable.
Will anyone admit voting for McCain? Comedy clubs, nobody will admit it. I've tried to find people, but what? Somebody really far in the, somebody just like at the door that just ran out. I voted for McCain. Do we have any Mormons, by the way? I thought we promoted heavily in Utah, so no Mormon? You raised your hand. How's my friend over there doing? Uh-oh. How are you? I was just checking in with you. Doing good. Anything I can do for you? But,
Be
I don't
funny.
know that I have that kind of power. I mean, I'll ask. I'll see what I can do. I've never had a comedian come back for an encore before. Oh, Jesus. I just opened up a can of worms here, right? Gloria left. She had whispered when I came.
She was calling for a different comedian to come out. Amazing.
Back, she whispered to me, I have to go. I couldn't hear. Did you hear what she said? I couldn't hear what she said, but she said, I have to go quick. And now, get out of here. Got to get the hell out. You guys in the mood for a tremendous... This girl's reading everything. You just want to read. I feel like that would, if you read a lot, you'd become bisexual. Like, you just keep reading, and then one day you get, I don't know, some words, and then... Okay. Okay, we'll edit laughter in there. So, that's the beauty of television, people. For the
And laughter was never edited into the dead silence.
people at home, that was very funny. So we have some lesbians here. I love lesbians. Yeah, clearly. But you're hung up on it, which is weird. This has become very uncomfortable. I'm sweating. Look at this. I'm sweating. I didn't want to do the thank you. I didn't want to do lesbian incest.
Here you go,
jokes.
radical
I really
left.
I thought tonight we're going to go clean.
Leftist
but,
agenda.
Okay.
There you go.
You brought it out of me. Very good. We got some good gay guys right here. That I can tell. Gay. Yeah, what? It's cool. I can delete this. I can get it out of the registry. It will never be seen. There will be no record, no nothing. I'm a little different in comedy form. See? It's coming back. I mean, I used to do this. This is what I did. Okay. I forgot that I'm good at this. All right.
Okay. Well. Oh, damn. Hello, Miss Meowsy. Sorry that you are globally banned by Posadabot. And I get to see my girlfriend in about 5 hours, so I'm very excited. You really don't have to make lesbian incest jokes if you don't want to. It's true. You really don't. You don't have to do this to yourself, Dave. You know, Dave, you don't have to go on stage and embarrass yourself. You don't have to go and do drag and not make jokes in a bit that targets the view. You know? Better get the ropes ready. No, it has to be... No. Chat, don't be crude. Don't be crude, chat. Alright, I need to use the bathroom. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna leave you with some music. And I'll be right back, okay? I've been going for about 3.5 hours. If you've enjoyed this content, please throw some subs or bits my way so I can, you know, afford to live in my apartment and eat food. So I can do both those things, which presumably you guys want me to be able to do. Anyway, be right back. Get some water? I will get some water.
Don't know how she deals with her conscience. No, it's just slowly killing her man. Bottles got my fingerprints on it. She still got my blood on her hands. Even if she don't know, she is the reason I'm here. Looking for the strongest stuff. Bartender, fill my cup. 'Cause I keep up alive. Keep the fire going inside. I'm sipping this kerosene until she comes back to me. started love like a candle, but it blew out the flame. I can't be your hard one to handle. Idiot, when is a hurricane, baby, but even if you don't know, she is the reason I'm here, right here to closing time. Drinking in until I'm blind. Yes, I keep up alive and keep the fire going inside. Sipping this kerosene until she comes back to me. Burn my tongue a little at first, but the heartbreak that I feel is worse. Now it's my favorite drink. The poison tastes good to me. Oh, won't you, bartender, please pour me another kerosene? Never let it go, never let it go of what we had. Oh, you know it's burning my mind. Looking for my hope in the bottom of a shot glass. You know it's how I keep up alive and keep the fire going inside. I'm sipping this kerosene until she comes back to me. Burn my tongue a little at first, but the heartbreak that I feel is worse. Now it's my favorite drink. The poison tastes good to me. Oh, won't you, bartender, please pour me another kerosene?
One, two.
You do need a cool leather jacket, Sweet Miss. This is Scary Pockets. John Schofield and Mono Neon on guitar and bass. Yeah, Scary Pockets, very, very good funky band. Highly recommend. How we doing, folks? My food should be here in about 10 minutes, so I'm pretty excited. I'm not gay, Clarice, you're gay. Schofield is a genius. Agreed. Very good shit. Folks, we are outside of our designated time zone when it comes to content, so I'm a little bit lost. I'm actually quite tired. I slept very poorly. Don't know if I told you, but I went to a counter protest to support Leah Thomas, the trans woman competing in the NCAA swimming competition. Lots of hogs there. Oh, yo, Big Orange Jew. How'd that go? How'd the protest go? That guitar was sexy. You bet it was. Oh yeah, what was the hog crowd bigger? Always a worthwhile question. Okay. Library. Don't have enough green beer today. Oh, I forgot. It's St. Patrick's Day. I keep forgetting. How could I forget my Irish heritage? That I don't have. Let's see. Is my food almost here? They'll call me when it's here, but sometimes they're very sneaky. Sometimes they are very, very sneaky. Arriving in 6 minutes. That jacket is sick. Thank you. If you had a content, tired, and expecting food plus lady friend visiting soon, I'd say shut stream down and go get rest. Well, I would do that, except that I am now visiting my lady friend later, around like 9:30 tonight. There have been a lot of plan changes. So I got about like 5 hours to kill before I gotta go. And frankly, I'm not doing my makeup again today. So I'm not going to bed because that will smear my makeup all over the place. And I'm not taking the makeup off, so I'm gonna play some Bloodborne, some Elden Souls. Some Sekiro Shadows Die Ring. There we go. Did it. We did it. Okay, do I need to torture you guys? Do we need to do torture content? Is that what we need? I feel like that's what I'm hearing. The desire for torture vids. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Here, you know what? We'll watch some Coffee House Crime. Okay. How am I doing at Elden Ring? I'm doing great. I'm doing great at Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a good game for good people.
I know it's a movie, but... Yeah.
Nah, Neo wasn't better. Neo had sloppy design and a lot of insta-kills that sucked.
I like to think sometimes, you know, I'm a Terminator or something, and despite reaching almost total system failure, he keeps trying to accomplish his mission, you know? When you get beaten down by life...
This is the case of Jake Davison. Jake was a hate-filled misogynist and incel who thought he was against the world. All the same, he believed he was entitled to women. With negligence towards his mental health and negligence over the many warning signs this man had presented, Jake's beliefs would lead to one of the worst attacks in England in the recent decade. But how did it come to this? Who was Jake? And what were the missed opportunities? Welcome back to Coffee House Crime. My name is Adrian, and today we're talking about the delusional case of Jake Davison. With negligence towards mental health, social media, and firearms licenses, I feel there are many mistakes we can learn from in today's story. By the way, I post solved, unsolved, and strange cases here on a weekly basis, so if that sounds like your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to Coffee House Crime. So with that said, let's get into it. Pull up a seat, grab a coffee, and sit back. This is the case of Jake Davison. I know I said I'd be taking a break from my own country, but this was a real strange case. Today we're bringing things slightly closer to home and travelling down to the southwestern tip of England, landing in the picturesque county of Devon. Welcome to West Country. Devon, along with its neighbouring counties of Somerset and Cornwall, are known to be amongst the most beautiful areas in the UK. Its rugged and windswept moors sweeping out over the horizon are home to many myths and legends, and supposedly fairies too. The coastlines boast some of the clearest and bluest oceans in the country, which crash against gorgeous cliffs and multiple registered areas of outstanding natural beauty. And this is just one of the many reasons that holidaymakers looking to get away within the UK choose this area for their time off. And it's here in the port city of Plymouth that we find the household of 22-year-old Jake Davison, who lived on Biddick Drive with his mother Maxine. Maxine was a single mother, and with the financial troubles of raising a child on your own, the pair lived in government-assisted housing, also known as council housing in the UK. Both Jake and his mother had always lived in the Keyham area of Plymouth, though prior to Jake's birth, Maxine had actually lived in the remote location of the Shetland Islands. And while living on the islands, she eventually became friends with a man named Mark Davison, a local fisherman.
Fuck you,
which wasn't necessarily good news, as Mark was a well-known thug on the islands, often getting into fights and struggling with his alcohol problems. Well, conversations led to feelings, and before they knew it, the two of them welcomed two new babies into the world, Jake's older siblings Zoe and Josh. However, due to Mark's antisocial behaviour and tendency to drink, tensions between the couple grew over time. And shortly after falling pregnant with their third child Jake, the two separated. Maxine moving down to Keyham, a small suburb found northwest of Plymouth. Unfortunately, this move would split Maxine and a newborn baby Jake from his brother and sister Zoe and Josh, who remained on the island. Although Maxine had now moved far away from her family, she wasn't entirely isolated from them. Both she and Jake would often visit for long periods of time. However, while visiting, Jake's mother and grandparents grew increasingly worried about his behaviour. He was an extremely quiet individual, but also very quick to become irritable, and as a young child, he seemed to be developing anger issues. This concern led Maxine to get Jake assessed for learning difficulties, and after a long assessment period, he was eventually diagnosed with autism. Raising a child with autism can be a gift, but also a challenge, especially as a single mother. And as Jake turned 6 years old, she wasn't sure whether to send him to a public school or a specialised school for children with special needs. In the end, Maxim settled for Mount Tamar, a public-funded school for children with special needs and learning difficulties. The school was relatively small, with a maximum number of students at 110. However, it was critically underfunded by the government, and for this reason, didn't have the best reputation around. At school, Jake was known to be a quiet child that didn't get along with many. His autism meant that he found it difficult to socialise and relate with other children. And so this is how Jake spent his childhood,
really
lonely. He would spend most of his free time with his mother and seeing family in the Shetland Islands, and in his teens Jake would turn to the internet for friendship. Although he found it difficult to socialise in real life, Jake would find it easy online, playing video games and frequenting online forums. And although he was a quiet kid, he wasn't necessarily a bad kid. Instead, neighbours described him as a pleasant boy, and every week he would go down to the supermarkets to help his mother with the shopping. It wasn't until Jake's late teens that he began to hold a very negative outlook on his life, and one of these main frustrations in his life was his inability to find a girlfriend. You see, Jake wanted nothing more than to lose his virginity, and this was apparent from his late teens all the way through to his adulthood. In fact, at the age of 22, Jake would frequently talk about this on his YouTube channel named Professor Waffle, often blaming his own mental barriers and his appearance.
Just looking at a girl, I could feel it, you know? Just you know? And I did have girls into me. I had girls into me. I had them into me. But f***ing stupid, ridiculous mental barriers, like for me, a lot of the reason I didn't was because I was fat as f***. You know? I sat there and think, how can I be on top of this girl with my fat thighs, my fat stomach, and I'm... Ugh.
It was during his teenage years, at the age of 17, that cracks in Jake's personality began to form, and his actions, views, and personal philosophies began to warp. One notable instance was in 2016, when he received a warning from police for attacking a 25-year-old man and his pregnant girlfriend, while they were walking around his local neighbourhood. The attack was completely unprovoked, and Jake allegedly punched this man almost 20 times. He was reported to the police. However, due to lack of evidence, they couldn't arrest Jake, and the incident was ultimately dropped. Throughout this entire incident, police didn't seem to take the victim's case seriously, and unfortunately, these details were never put on Jake's record. 1 year later, in June of 2017, Jake applied for a firearms license to own a shotgun. He'd been frequenting online gun forums via Reddit for quite some time, and now he wanted one himself. The UK holds relatively strict rules when it comes to firearm licenses. The long story short is you must be judged not to pose a threat to public safety, and you must have a very good reason why you want to own one. There was no substantial reason for Jake's application. He lived in a city, didn't live or work on a farm, and he certainly had no desire to shoot clay pigeons. Despite this, his application was strangely approved in 2018, and now Jake was legally allowed to own a firearm, and owned a pump-action shotgun. Which, to be honest, as a fellow English dude, doesn't sound normal at all here in the UK. Throughout his late teens, and into his early...
Okay. Now chat, what did I miss? What did I miss? A setup for a bad ending? Guy assaulted an expecting couple? Jesus. Okay.
Jake fostered his own kind of ideologies in life, and he became more and more loathing of his own mother as she began to disagree with him, the two often fighting and getting into rather heated arguments. While Jake was a young boy, his mother received financial support from the government to keep them housed. But now he was over 18 years old, she was no longer eligible to receive that income. Jake didn't seem to realise how much this financially supported them, and now without that benefit, he was forced to get a job, finding work as a scaffolder to help keep the house together. From here on out, Jake would often go online to post about how much he hated his mother, although nobody would really listen to him. And here, Jake would also complain about his encounters with women, how he felt they were all simple-minded, and how they only cared about money. Maxine didn't agree with many of her son's beliefs, from his nihilistic tendencies, all the way through to his thoughts about women.
A lot of women are very simple-minded and they ain't all that bright. You know, social media and thinking they're princesses and all this, they grow up. A lot of women are quite simple-minded. The only thing they understand is that. You know, you talk about intelligence, smartness, you know, women don't give a about none of that. Unless you got that. You know, do you think they care about the little autistic kid in the corner who's won the mathematical international Olympiad or whatever the hell? They don't give a if they said, oh yeah, the winning prize is $1.5 million, they'll care then. But money and status only makes it so far.
He had grown to have a very misogynistic view on women, seeing them as something he deserved but could never have. And he began to feel like he had suffered enough and was now entitled to his very own woman. He also believed that he was doomed.
Not just entitled to a girlfriend, but a big titty girlfriend.
Entitled to his very own woman. He also believed that he was doomed to be forever alone, and therefore he had no passion or drive in life. One of the main reasons that Jake developed and settled on this ideology was likely due to his long-term commitment to a specific set of online forums on the internet, where he could find and talk to people who thought similarly to himself. Most of his social interaction was nurtured from sites such as Reddit, one of the world's most popular public forums. And while here, he frequently viewed and commented on threads for gun enthusiasts and the incel movement. We've touched upon the incel world on this channel before, with the likes of Elliot Rodger and Alec Manassian. But for those unaware, incel stands for involuntary celibate, and represents those who find they can't achieve any romantic or sexual success. Jake believed in the black pill ideology, a term used by incels to represent the view that unless they were physically attractive, women wouldn't want to be with them. This view is generally coupled with two solutions: either succumb to being forever alone, or find solace or solution in acts of violence.
The reality is, and this is my view, I think a big portion of people don't realise the black pill doesn't just apply to incels, guys. It applies to a lot of guys. These days, not having sex for 6 months or a year for a lot of guys is very, very common. Not getting one compliment from a person, extremely common. You know? Why do you think sexual assaults and all these things keep rising and women talk about? Because the reality is that women don't need men no more. And they certainly don't need average men. And below average.
Another forum that Jake would frequently visit is r/Doomer, a forum dedicated to those that believe there is no point in trying in life, and that they have already failed. Basically, it's a community for nihilists. As you can tell, Jake's online habits were not the healthiest, and he surrounded himself in an echo chamber full of negativity, all of which were angry at the world and those within it. All of this negativity and nihilism had made Jake a very unlikable and turbulent person. He'd become unpredictable, erratic, and just generally frustrating to be around. This behaviour concerned many members of Jake's family. They had long been trying to get him mental health support through the public health service, the NHS. But despite this, and much like our previous case, supply was overshadowed by demand. The queues to see a psychologist or even counsellor was months. They felt hopeless. To add perspective to this, Jake's father, who had turned his life around since spending time in prison, had been seeking mental health support for a son since 2017.
Yeah, a doomer is someone who gives up. You know?
But too much time had passed, and now it was 2020. The COVID pandemic was now ripping through the nation. The public health sector was overrun, understaffed, and underfunded. At this time, the wait for mental health assistance could be years, and Jake's mother Maxine knew this. But she was worried for her son so much that she went as far to notify the police about his behaviour, insisting upon a welfare check on her own son. However, despite this, her concerns would never be chased up by authorities. Which would be unfortunate, as in 2020, Jake would have a public fight with two teenagers in his area, which turned so volatile that police eventually revoked his gun license and his pump-action shotgun. And although this seems well and good, police noticed there were no previous offences on Jake's record, so they agreed he could have his licence and gun back if he attended an anger management course. Naturally, Jake agreed, and after taking this course in spring of 2021, he would receive his firearm back in July of that same year. However, this was a dangerously naive decision, and police had no idea that handing this gun back to this unpredictable man was the key to a tragic event that would occur only 1 month later.
It's like in the Terminator, right? You know, fate is nothing. You know, the whole premise of the Terminator movies is that everything's rigged against you. There's no hope for humanity. You know, we're on the brink of extinction. You know, these machines are unstoppable, killing machines that can't be beaten, can't be outsmarted. But yet, humanity still tries to fight to the end. And I know it's a movie, but it's, you know, I like to think sometimes, you know, I'm a Terminator or something. And despite you know, reaching almost total system failure, he keeps trying to accomplish his mission.
Wait, the hero of the Terminator movies isn't the Terminator.
August the 12th, 2021. The day began like any other summer's day in England, and the quiet suburb of Keyham was enjoying a pleasant temperature of 20 Celsius, 68
Oh no, is
Fahrenheit.
this about incel terrorism?
Residents
Yes.
were busy in the local parks walking their dogs, spending time with their families, and otherwise enjoying the summer evening. But very little did they know that the rage and frustration of one local man was finally at breaking point. Jake Davison, who had finally had his gun returned to him, was festering in his own storm. He had long felt that his life had no meaning, and his hatred for the general population was now reaching its peak. There was one person in his life that he felt he could blame for all the years and future years of his misfortune and misery.
Oh,
A
no,
person that loved
Mom.
him dearly.
No.
However, he couldn't see it. He had grown to loathe her in the later years of his life. Jake was already in a bad mood. He had just had his Reddit account suspended the night prior for making highly inappropriate comments towards a 16-year-old girl.
Oh god.
And with his account now
course.
offline, he was mad. In this volatile mental state, Jake picked another fresh argument with his mother, which wasn't uncommon in the household. As said before, they often disagreed with his views on women and life. But tragically, today's argument would end very differently. In a state of rage-filled anger, Jake stormed into his room before picking up his shotgun and U-turning before walking back down the hallway. And next, he burst into his mother's bedroom and shot her at point-blank range,
Oh God.
striking her in the chest and head. She fell to the floor and was killed instantly. This wasn't enough for Jake. He knew the consequences of what he'd just done, and life wasn't worth living if he would meet them. So Jake didn't pause, he didn't falter. Instead, he reloaded his shotgun before opening the front door, taking to the quiet cul-de-sac of Biddick Drive. Upon exiting from the house, he set his eyes on a man across the road. This man's name was Lee Martin, and he was walking his 3-year-old adopted daughter, Sophie. Aggressively striding towards the two, Jake raised the shotgun, and upon noticing Jake, Lee tried to shield his daughter who was happily pushing a toy pram. Jake pulled the trigger, hitting both Lee and Sophie, and sadly, dealing fatal blows to them both.
Oh.
Shots rang throughout the neighbourhood, most of its residents suddenly becoming aware of a deranged man prowling their street, with multiple phone calls made to the police to report the sound of gunshots. Jake continued down the cul-de-sac, locking eyes with Ben Parsonage and his mother Michelle. Taking aim, he fired another round. Both were hit by the spread of bullets, but they managed to retreat into safety, wounded, the mother and son narrowly missing their untimely end. Jake took to an alleyway before running through a small local park, where Stephen Washington was busy taking a walk with his 2 husky dogs. Jake shot him, Stephen falling to the ground before passing away. Emerging onto Royal Navy Avenue, Jake ran past a bus stop before he began to shoot at random, not caring whether or not people were in the way. At this point, he was uncontrollably expressing his rage and frustration. Standing in the doorway of Blush Hairdressing Salon was 66-year-old Kate Shepherd. She was having a cigarette, unaware of the armed gunman heading her way. And tragically, Jake aimed and shot her on sight. She too was fatally wounded. With Jake's actions spanning several minutes across multiple streets, it was more than certain that police were already aware and on their way. It's at this point that Jake knew his path of destruction was coming to an end, and there was no way that he would be able to live as a free man. He carried on walking down the road, passing a shocked bystander before saying to him, "There's nothing to worry about, mate." Jake realized this was it. He turned the shotgun around, aimed it at his head, and took his own life. Police and paramedics arrived at the scene just several minutes later. Armed with tactical response teams, ambulances, specialist paramedics, and air ambulances. Jake was pronounced dead at the scene. The attack, lasting only 6 minutes, had claimed the lives of 5 innocent people, and would now bring devastation to the city of Plymouth.
I didn't hear anything about this.
As this awful news spread throughout the country, we gradually learned the names of Jake's victims. Soon enough, both police and local media became aware that Jake was the perpetrator. And as soon as that became public knowledge, authorities knew that this event would fall against them. Angry questions soon followed. These questions were pretty obvious. Why was Jake allowed to own a gun in the first place? Why did he not receive the mental health treatment he urgently required? And why was a man as disturbed as him allowed to have his gun returned? Jake was evidently a depressed and disturbed individual, whose nihilistic views on life left him with very little empathy to those around him. And being
Yes, incel ideology is extremely common, Earth Rhombus.
in the incel community, he surrounded himself in an echo chamber full of like-minded people. Moving forward, the 2 officers who handled Jake's firearms license were disciplined, this being specifically related to the confiscation and return of his shotgun. And Jake Davison's case marks a change to firearms licensing in the UK, where officers must now investigate the social media profiles of all applicants. The Home Office also ordering all police services in England and Wales to immediately review their practices and determine whether or not any existing licenses needed to be looked at again. So, at least firearm license security is being revisited. But when it comes to access for mental health treatment, nothing has changed. Which arguably is the most important factor to change here, as it was Jake's deranged mentality that ultimately took the lives of 5 innocent people, including his own mother, Maxine. Following Jake's despicable actions, an evening vigil was held for his victims at North Down Crescent Park the following night. Flags in the city were flown at half-mast, and Smeaton's Tower was lit up that evening as a mark of respect. Friends, family, local neighbours, and even strangers all turned up to pay their respects to the 5 victims of Jake Davison. Lee Martin, Sophie Martin, Stephen Washington, Kate Shepherd, and Maxine Davison. Through my own experience, both direct and indirect, the NHS service is fantastic, but the support given towards mental health is, to be honest, not acceptable. It can take months for anyone to be seen. The more I cover cases involving incels, the more concerned I am over their community as a whole. If you focus your mind and obsess over negative aspects, you're just doubling down on that emotion and prospect. I hope the families of today's victims find strength, closure, and peace moving forward. That brings us to the end of today's case, folks. Thank you so much for watching another video today by Coffee House Crime. If you found this video interesting, or you learned something new today, then please remember to like the video and subscribe if you haven't yet. What do you think about the case of Jake Davison? Much like Pekka Erik's case, do you think anything could have been done to stop him? And if yes, what? Please let me know in the comments down below. That's it for now. I hope all of you have a great weekend, and I'll see you again real soon in the next one. But until that moment arrives, look after each other. Goodbye. Person by name and location. On November the 7th, 2007, carnage ripped through the peaceful town of Jacella, resulting in the loss of 8 innocent lives. The town was left with many grieving families and friends, and the police left with a dark and twisted puzzle. But who was responsible for such a heinous crime? What were the warning signs? And what can we learn from this tragedy to prevent it from happening again? Welcome back to Coffee House Crime. My name is Adrian, and today we're talking about the case of Pekka Erik Alvanen. Pekka Erik was a troubled teenager who isolated himself over the years, and with psychological disorders and extremist views to boot, he was a risk that required urgent support. But how exactly did Erik become a piranha among the fish? And what were the warning signs prior to his actions? Just to let you know, I post solved, unsolved, and strange cases here on a weekly basis, so if that sounds like your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to Coffee House Crime. So, let's get right into the thick of it. Pull up a seat, grab a coffee, and sit back. This is the case of Pekka Erik Alvanen. Here's somewhere new on the coffeehouse crime map. Welcome to Finland. Known to most as a wintry paradise, Finland is famous for its views of the Northern Lights, stunning scenery, saunas, and reindeer. But there is more to this country than meets the eye. It's internationally recognised to be one of the happiest countries in the world, has the world's best education system, and with thanks to its geographical position, some of the cleanest air too. With a population of around 5.6 million, Finland is actually one of the slowest growing nations in all of Europe, and even faces a decline by the year 2031.
I heard the same thing.
The capital city, Helsinki, has an urban population of 1.3 million residents, making its position on the south coast the liveliest part of the country. It's also Finland's hotspot for politics.
Journal Club, like, these types of attacks have been going on for a long, long time.
Education, finance, culture, and research. Zeroing in on today's case, we're travelling to Tuusula, a municipality found just north of Helsinki. Mostly used as a commuter town, the majority of its residents commute into the city for work.
What a pretty place. Finland seems delightful. Beslin, thank you for the follow.
And one of these residents was Pekka Erik Alvinen. Calling him Erik for short, Erik was born and raised in Tuusula. His father, Ismo Alvinen, and mother, Michaela Vuorio, were musicians. Both of them were locally successful. Michaela was a vocalist and guitarist, and right beside her, Ismo was also a guitarist. Have to say, he had a great taste in guitars, owning a Fender Strat and Gibson Les Paul. Born on the 4th of June 1989, Erik was 7 years older than his younger brother. And the two boys, along with their mother and father, grew up in the rural area of Chikela, found on the northern border of Tuusula. Life here was peaceful but quiet, and to a young boy, it was boring. They both attended a local primary school, before Erik moved on to Chikela High School. And academically speaking, Erik was relatively smart. He excelled in his schoolwork, and would often score high among his peers.
You mean
However, it was a different story when it came to his social life. He was often known as a shy student who isolated himself from others, and was, quote, prone to blushing when he was embarrassed. And unfortunately, Erik was often bullied by some of his classmates. Unfortunately, Erik's story nosedives pretty quickly from here on out, so buckle up. While at Chikela High School, Erik's behaviour transformed rather swiftly and severely, and some of the views that he outwardly shared were both surprising and alarming. School documents highlight that while here, several students complained about his behaviour. Apparently he'd threatened them several times, and promised that they would die in a white revolution. And according to one of his teachers, Erik expressed the views of a radical militant, showing interest in both the far left and the far right movements. As it turns out, Erik was a Nazi enthusiast. As a teenager, Erik was also observed to experience severe anxiety and depression. So to add to these extreme thoughts...
You know what? I was thinking that it's a shame he got bullied, but he should have been bullied harder.
Thoughts were unstable emotions too. By autumn of 2006, Erik's parents began to worry over his mental health. As a result, they referred him to a clinical psychologist in order to see if there was anything they could do for him. Sure, his beliefs were pretty awful, but everyone deserves a clear head.
True.
Unfortunately, after being examined by a psychologist, Erik's symptoms of anxiety and depression seemed mild. And instead of being given more pragmatic solutions, he was offered antidepressants before being shown the door. If he wanted any counselling, he would have to wait several months in a queue. Living in a quiet town in Finland, and not particularly interested in sports, he invested his time into the strange online world of the early 2000s. He was somewhat of a nerd, definitely a gamer, and of course, he was quite edgy. His bedroom what you'd expect most teenage rooms to look like during those times. Erik liked his games, and seemed to play a lot of Battlefield 2, back when the series was good. And with musical parents, he learned how to make his own music, which was nothing special, but not bad either. One of his songs named Antisocial Aggression. Erik was, by most counts, a fairly average guy, but looking...
Yeah, fuck bullying, but also put Nick Fuentes in a locker.
into his psychological nature presented a unique thought pattern that most people found concerning. Let's elaborate. Circling back to his mental health, back in November of 2006, Eric started taking SSRIs, but he would often abuse his prescription, missing days if not weeks of his medication at a time. SSRIs, short for selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, help to increase and balance serotonin levels in the body, which in response can help improve psychological conditions such as anxiety and depression. But with a long transition period, the efficacy of these pills very much depends on a constant and regular routine. Turbulence and irregular use can actually leave you worse off than not taking SSRIs at all. The lack of discipline didn't fare well for Eric, and as time went by, he further isolated himself from his friends and classmates. Eric didn't have many to begin with, but this isolation made him even more of a loner. Instead, he turned to his computer, and as Eric embraced the world of the internet, he slowly grew a deep and dark fascination with violent content. Obsessed with sensitive events including the Columbine High School massacre, the Waco siege, Tokyo subway sarin attack, and the 2003 invasion of Iraq. And not only would he save and re-upload these videos to YouTube, but he also idolized their actions. In addition to his increased isolation, Eric's views became darker, his thoughts more reckless, his emotions more volatile, and in March of 2007, he started sharing those thoughts online. Creating a YouTube channel under the name of Natural Selector 89, the same name used in his gaming profiles, these videos along with his opinions would garner both attention and controversy. And prompted by his online girlfriend, Eric would eventually reveal his face on his channel too, creating an online video which felt very uncomfortable to watch.
Hello everyone, this is me, Natural Selector 89, talking to you, friends and haters and everyone else. I got this idea of making an introduction video to my channel, since I already have over 130 videos and not an introduction video yet, so I guess it's a good time to make one. And this is it, an introduction video.
Yeah, this was in the 90s.
I guess this is all for now, but I'll see you later and out.
My camera does
He
not
also
get...
created a video.
My camera does not get like that. How dare you? How dare you?
Video insulting all religion, but unfortunately, you can't hear any of his words past the overly loud music. In contrast to his awkward demeanour, Eric was very hot-headed and brash when it came to his own opinions. And those opinions, when combined with over 100 videos of gruesome events, was eventually noticed by people online, and they were growing very concerned. Despite this, no formal investigations were ever conducted against Eric, but in response to violating YouTube's community guidelines, he did eventually find his YouTube channel to be terminated. This enraged Eric, but he simply created a new one, calling himself Sturmgeist89, which in German translates to Storm Spirit. By autumn of 2007, his opinions and thoughts of humanity were worsening. He had also further isolated himself from his peers, and the targeted bullying towards him persisted. His teachers and parents did intervene, but it was to no avail. Eric classed himself as a social Darwinist. He believed in survival of the fittest, and often used this as an excuse for his political incorrectness. He had a very cold-hearted view on people. He believed that only superior, intelligent, self-aware and strong-minded individuals should survive, and the inferior, stupid, weak-minded masses should perish. Eric saw himself as special and self-aware, and although he recognized that he had a
all of the worthless people should die, of course I am one of the worthwhile people.
God complex, he justified it with the idea of himself versus the sheep. He grouped mankind into three types of personalities. Individualistic and manipulative humans each accounted for 3% of the population. Apparently, the manipulative humans controlled the world, and
it's very it's very scientific, you see, because there are numbers.
The other 94% were mass human, which are less intelligent, less creative, weak-minded people. He had a much crasser way of saying this. but we won't go into it. On Eric's second YouTube channel, created after the suspension of his former channel, he publicly shared the following. I am a cynical existentialist, anti-human humanist, anti-social Darwinist, realistic idealist, and godlike atheist. I am prepared to fight and die for my cause. I, as a natural selector, will eliminate all who I see unfit, disgraces of human race, and failures of natural selection. You might ask yourselves, why did I do this and what do I want? Well, most of you are too arrogant and closed-minded to understand. The truth is that I am just an animal, a human, an individual, a dissident. I have had enough. I don't want to be part of this fucked up society. This is my war. One-man war against humanity, governments, and weak-minded masses of the world. No mercy for the scum of the earth.
Okay, Socrates.
Humanity is overrated. Unfortunately, the hatred and anger that Eric expressed through his manifesto and online profiles were not empty threats. And the plans he had been constructing in the background were both evil and chaotic. And following some unfortunate news, Eric had learned that he had lost his online girlfriend to another online man. The first virtual love of his life had left him. Eric had no previous criminal record, and with Finland allowing the ownership of registered firearms, he had no problem in obtaining one. In August of 2007, he became a registered member of the Helsinki Shooting Club, and attended a 1-hour training session. And by mid-October, after a successful application, Eric was approved a permit to purchase a Sig Sauer Mosquito pistol, and by the 2nd of November, he had purchased over 500 rounds of ammunition. Eric was becoming more outspoken, more violent, more brash about his beliefs on the internet. And in fact, 5 months had passed since other YouTubers had started calling him out on his ideologies.
Those people are the kind of people you want to be keeping your eye on. We're always talking about about warning signs, and could we have seen it coming? Well, you know what? If you want to look for warning signs, there they are. Those are your fucking warning signs. Investigate those fucking people.
By November the 6th, 2007, 5 months after this video was posted, Eric had created several text documents on his computer, both in Finnish and English. One of these files was addressed to his mother and father, and the rest were posted to a RapidShare account. He was planning something evil. Just at this time, no one knew it. November the 7th, 2007. It was a Wednesday, right in the middle of Finland's autumn term. Eric never showed up for his class that morning. Instead, he was at home online. At 9:30 AM, Eric posted a video to YouTube showing his school over a pond. The clip of his school eventually fading to a red image of him pointing a gun at the camera. Linking the video to a post on an online forum, he said, "History will be made today." He then shut down his computer, got on his bike, and cycled to school. Entering the school's basement through a door below the canteen, he withdrew an item from his backpack, this item revealing the true intention of his actions. In his hand was his Sig Sauer pistol. At 11:42 AM, gunshots ripped through Jokela High School. His targets, anyone he deemed unfit to live. While students were initially confused as to what was going on, they soon understood the situation, and panic ensued. By 11:46, 5 students and the school nurse had been shot, and although Eric had come across many other students, he would fleetingly decide who he would spare and who he wouldn't. As word broke out to the head teacher, she used the school's PA system to call out for all students to remain in their classrooms, Eric firing several shots through the corridors in response. He screamed, demanding other students to rise up and join him in his revolution. But when those students either refused or were confused what was going on, he shot at the classroom TV before leaving, and without firing at any of those students. Eric ascended 2 flights of stairs up to the 2nd floor, coming across 2 students sitting on a bench within the corridor. Only one of them would get away alive. He then sprayed a flammable liquid on the corridor wall, and attempted to ignite it with matches, but ultimately he failed. As the clock struck 11:57, Eric had caught up with the head teacher, and tragically, he shot her. Local police and paramedics began to arrive just several minutes later, with first officers on the scene by 12:02 PM. He fired several rounds at officers, fortunately missing all of them, and taking position near the front entrance, he took 2 more shots. 12:04. Eric was ordered to drop his weapons, but instead he descended deeper into the school, finding refuge in a school bathroom. And, knowing there was no way out of this, Eric made the last action in his life to take his own. And by 12:15 PM, this tragic event had finally ended. Following a slow but sure operation, police secured the perimeter before moving in. It would take nearly 2.5 hours to secure Jacella High School. Some of those students would jump out of windows, sprinting in faith towards police cars. Others waited until they were found. And at 2:30 PM, Eric was amongst their discovery. Surprisingly, he was still alive, but only barely. And beside him, Finnish police found 75 shell casings and 327 unused bullets in his bag. Among the confusion and panic was shock and horror at what had just happened. A total of 8 students and personnel were now dead, and at the ugly heart of it all was Eric. As the day grew old, details around Eric and this incident started to circulate, most notably the aggressive rhetoric left behind on his profile. And as the ugly truth behind his actions emerged, so did questions on whether this situation could have been prevented. Those that knew Eric in real life were surprised by his actions. His online dialogue was in very stark contrast to his character in the real world. And although he had expressed some extreme views in the past, he was shy, quiet, easily intimidated, and often bullied at school. Those close to him even recalled his fear in applying for summer jobs, and although he wasn't much of an affectionate man, they would have never expected this. But reactions to Eric's story was quite the opposite in the online world, and those who were previously concerned of his rhetoric were left gritting their teeth in anger. And now, to add to concerned videos of what he might do, were despairing videos of what he managed to do. With a well-respected YouTuber who'd previously raised his concerns, again taking to YouTube to express his frustration.
Today, I am vindicated, but I don't feel good about it, because it was something that I warned you would happen, something that I told you to be mindful of, and you didn't. I warned you. I went specifically head-to-head with this very kid who committed this act. I made videos directed exactly at him.
He wasn't the only one to observe Eric's aggressive behaviour. Thousands of viewers were already aware of him, and now, on the day of his terrible crimes, people began to notice the changes made on his YouTube profile. And just several hours prior, one person asking on an online forum, "I see someone on the net and it totally looks like he's preparing something, and is about to do it. Who can I contact to report it? What if this person lives in a foreign country? And what are they able to do?" Unfortunately, those questions were never addressed soon enough. Reporting an online account from a different country isn't easy. He was too late. Eric's father, Ismo, who was at work that afternoon, received a phone call from one of Eric's friends. In a worried tone, he was asked if Eric was at home, and next, if his gun was too. In that moment, like a ton of bricks, Ismo stumbled into shock. He hurried home to find his oldest son's bedroom empty. And instead of finding the gun safe in its box, he found a letter instead. In Eric's handwriting, it was titled, "To my father, mother, and brother." After being transported to a nearby hospital, Eric would pass away from a self-inflicted wound. So, although it was not instantaneous, he eventually succeeded in his self-elimination, officially putting an end to all chance of justice and understanding. Detectives began to collect evidence from Eric's family household, and in the process, they would learn through his diary entries that he'd started planning this back in March of 2007, a total of 8 months prior to the Jacella massacre. And even back then in his videos, he made himself out to be a violent masculine individual, who had fantasies of sexual domination, had stern political opinions, and severe hate for the weak. So, what can we learn from this? All the warning signs were there, but no one knew how to address it. The anonymity and distance afforded by the internet can make people more likely to open up online when compared to face-to-face. As you all know, the internet allows people to share more extreme views with a safety barrier against repercussions. But how exactly do you report threatening online behaviour, especially if that person is in a different country to you? Unfortunately, there is no perfect answer. It's a process that we have yet to finesse in the modern world. There is no one-size-fits-all. If you're able to identify this person by name and location, and the situation seems urgent, then your best bet is to contact the local authorities. In Eric's case, it was fairly obvious that he lived in Finland, and particularly towards the end of his life, Jokela. Those in Finland would find it relatively easy to voice their concerns by dialing 112. And anyone living in another country technically could have done their research and called his local police department. But the question of privacy and overburden often comes to mind.
I'm okay for Bakering Act? What does that mean?
It's normal for many of us in this situation to feel as if we're being dramatic. But at the end of the day, if the situation seems life-threatening and substantially plausible, it is worth creating a fuss about. It's a very tricky question with no concrete answer, and I found myself struggling what to advise with this dilemma. It seems that this kind of process really should be looked at to help avoid further tragedies in the future. Which, unfortunately, leads us to the victims of today's case. Someli Nurmi was 17 years old, and he was described as a fantastic guy to be around. Sadly, he was the first to perish.
Gotcha.
He was followed by his peers, Mika Petteri Pulkkinen, Ari Juhani Palsenen, Mikko Tapani, and Ville Vitari. They were all within a year of his age. Hanna Katarina, the oldest student to lose her life, was 25 years old, and tragically, she left behind 2 children, aged 3 and 5. Surka Anelli was 43 years old. She was the school nurse, working with a passion to care for its children. She was shot while calling for emergency help. And Helena Kalmi, the principal of the school, was aged 61. Staying in her office to instruct and keep her students safe, she was the last to be killed by Eric. All of these victims were no different to you and I. They didn't wake up that morning knowing that they would die. They didn't hold any outstanding factors that led to their death. They were just simply existing. And it's devastating that on November the 7th, 2007, they unwittingly crossed paths with a delusional killer. It is worth highlighting that despite Finland having the 3rd highest gun per capita in the world, it is an extremely low rate of gun violence.
Yeah, like Semi-Knifey Duck, these mass shooters are all the same. They're like, I am a god. I am one of the chosen people who will dominate all life on Earth. And then they're like, oh, but I don't want to deal with the consequences of my actions.
Highlighting the significance between mental health and gun ownership. Finland is broadly applauded as one of the most successful societies in the world, prized for its quality of life, economic prowess, and social equality. Finland keeps itself in tune with the nature that surrounds it, opening those within to experience its outstanding beauty. Whether native or just visiting, its unique culture, proud spruce trees, clean dazzling snow, and vibrant northern lights will fill you with inspiration. Definitely worth a visit. And so, we come to another end. Thank you so much for watching another video today by Coffee House Crime.
Yeah, Urus McProll, I agree with you. Unfortunately, my pragmatic approach is that I don't think we can get rid of guns in America until we get socialism, so... BRB leaving for Finland. Yeah, Finland seems pretty cool. Good post worth reading from Adam something about tankies. Should I be paying attention to Adam something? I feel like they've been getting like a lot of attention lately, and I don't know if they're good or not. I'm just seeing if there's anything in this post that I haven't said before. I don't know enough about the internal political system of Cuba to know whether or not it's, like, authoritarian. But that's just a lack of knowledge on my part. Okay. Yeah, no. This is just affirming what I've already said to you guys. Tankies are just pro-authoritarian people who like the aesthetics of leftism. That's it. It's pretty authoritarian, no free speech. I thought that they were relaxing a lot of that stuff. Or did that all ramp back up after the US reinstated the embargo? Okay, I am gonna play Elden Ring and just chat with chat. How does that sound, guys? Like, Cuba isn't quite as bad as... Yeah, I mean, like, Cuba isn't on the same level as North Korea, or, like... I wouldn't even put Cuba on the same level as Russia, to be honest with you. Based on, again, admittedly limited knowledge. Elden Ring. Okay. I think I earned some Elden Ring today. And folks, if you've enjoyed this content, please do throw some subs and bits at me. Let's switch over here so we can make this game appear. Yeah. Exactly, Entroma. Yeah, it's kind of like what Anna and I talked about earlier. You know, there is this comparison between, like, oh yeah, well, Russia is mistreating protesters, while America mistreats protesters 100 times worse. Except we don't. Like, yeah, American police are really, really bad. America cracking down on protests, really bad. But it's not as bad as how Russia does it. Sorry. You might think pro-capitalist propaganda from private outlets in the US is bad. The Russian state controls all of that media. So, like, I don't know, it's not... I had to load into the game and all of the bodies are ragdolling. The game is unhappy with me. Yeah, I mean, at least you can go to Pride here. At least you can, like, say that the war in Iraq was a war without getting arrested for saying so. You know? It's not like if you got on television with a sign that said, end the war in Iraq, like, you would get arrested. I don't know. Like, this stuff is wild. The most useful info from that post was about the origin of the term tanky and his description of the USSR. Oh, okay. Oh my god! Yeah, I mean, like, compare the like the anti-Ukraine war protests in Russia to, like, I mean, I think the go-to example would be to BLM, right? Like, yeah, a lot of people got arrested during the BLM protests, right? But, like, we're talking maybe tens of thousands out of millions of people who protested, you know? Of the people who are protesting the war in Ukraine in Russia, like 100% of them are getting arrested. It's not comparable. Yeah, Mithril Mist. It is cool. Huh. I'm surprised that didn't kill you. Is your weapon a spruce tree? No, it's like a giant, like, scale from a dragon, and it has hair on it for some reason. But it's a sword that was used by a dragon boss that I killed. Which is admittedly pretty cool. One of my coworkers was talking about Russia having to root out neo-Nazis in the Ukrainian government. I asked him when we should get invaded to root out neo-Nazis in our government. We are no longer speaking. Why? It's a fair question. That's a fair question, though. Yeah, look, we stand all dragons here, okay? Hairy dragons, scaly dragons, all dragons. So I'm gonna go try my luck with some drone filming. Good luck, Entrama. Go get that B-roll footage and then sell it to, I don't know, young filmmakers or something. Do it. Do it. Do it. Just do it. What a thrill in darkness and silence in the night. What a thrill to you. Put a fear in my... heart, 'cause you're so supreme. Okay, I think I'm just going in circles at this point. Do you watch The Click on YouTube? I don't know what The Click is. Is that a what is that? I'm not hip with your Zoomer lingo. Every time a leftist says tanky, a demon gets its horns. It's a term that facilitates inner leftist persecution. Well, let me put it this way. I don't think you can be a leftist and an authoritarian. So, that's kind of my stance on the issue. Leftism is worthless without democracy. Hey, Dolly Rose. And yeah, Tungsten Wastrel, I am correct. As my Twitter proudly proclaims, only good takes and Elden Ring. And right now, I'm playing Elden Ring and providing good takes. Well, I'm pro demons, so yeah, demons are pretty cool. Have you ever seen a picture of a demon? They look pretty neat. Also, demons aren't real, so on all things r/, what is, I don't know what that means. How do you explain Demon Mama? Why do I need to explain anything about Demon Mama? Demon Mama needs no explanation. Demons versus devils. I mean, devils are just objectively cooler than demons, especially if we're using, like, the D&D classification. Like, demons are just, like, I don't know, kind of just, like, chaotic assholes. Whereas, like, a devil is an asshole, but also, like, I don't know, you can, like, talk with them. Like, they can be really charming and cool and, like, debonair. Or, like, messy benches, but, like, I find devils way more fun to play with when I'm playing D&D. Plenty of demons at the State Department, dead and living. True. Hiya. Ooh, I feel like I almost didn't make that jump. #1 demon streamer on the internet? Then what am I, chat? Am I not a demon streamer? What am I? You're an angle? That's true, I am an angle. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Oh, fuck. I don't like it when they got the glowy eyes. When they got the glowy eyes, they scare me. Ugh. You're so strong. #1 angle boat streamer. I can be your angle or your devil. Oops, all right angles. I don't know, chat. Have you ever read Marx and Engels? I'm the best Communist Manifesto reader. It's true. It's true. Only streamer to have read you the entirety of the Communist Manifesto. You're a cute angle. Ah, I see what you did there. Ow, rude. Okay, that not cool. There we go. Those are really big arrows, and one hit me in my eye. Cool. Wait, I'm dumb. He's over here. I'm dumb, chat. I'm dumb. I spent so long running around that fort that I didn't realize I'm supposed to be going to this fort. I'm dumb. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Oh, they want to fight. Guys, I really don't think this is a good idea for you, okay? It's not a good look on you to throw yourselves at me like this. You know what? I summoned the Stormhawk. Fortnite, Jesus fucking Christ, ruined my own joke with all these forts. What is Fortnite? Funny that you should say that. There is a running joke in the community about Fortnite because of you can type Fortnite in the messages. I don't know. It's pretty silly. It's pretty silly. Did I miss the Anna interview? You did indeed. Sorry, friendo. Abraca, fuck you! I cast big fucking sword magic. Yeah. Anyway, y'all have any politics questions? Y'all have any questions about Russia, Ukraine? Happy to give you spicy takes if you think of asking them. Hey, nerd.
You, is it? I suppose you must have seen it by now, yes. The sorry state of my fort?
Yep.
Oh, indeed, it is a foul fate for a land to be without a ruler.
Mm-hmm.
One must be found, with haste, but a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
Okay.
I'm sorry to have, but I haven't the authority to raise you to knighthood. The great Kenneth Height issues his sincerest apology. But now, for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take... I must begin my search for a true and...
Liar ahead, therefore time for attacking. Yo, bloodthirsty. Some days I walk in the rain. Some days I make like a tree frog. It's the thrill, the challenge. How did he get up there? He's friends with the demi-humans. To survive, but the day will bring... did I miss the conversation with Anna? You did! It was at the very beginning of this here video. Sorry. I do have a question for Jack in chat. Shoot! Shoot from the hip. Let me know. Lay it on me, String Bean. Okay, so he gave me nothing. Would you co-host a show with Anna? I would absolutely co-host a show with Anna. She's incredibly smart, incredibly talented, and frankly, I'm just glad that she gives me the time of day. Chat, make it happen. You know, this chat is powerful. We're not powerful yet to propose a podcast with Anna Kasparian, okay? I think it's really cool. You think what's really cool? I was just curious how everyone came to know they were trans or NB. Also, if anyone is dating a cis person, what is something you would wish to have talked to them about sooner? Okay, so 2 questions. Okay. Well, I can answer a couple of those at least. So I found out I was trans because, I mean, I was sitting in my room in 2015 and just suddenly had the epiphany, oh, wait, most people, most cis men don't constantly worry about not being women. That's not a thing that cis men do. Did you know that, chat? Chat, did you know that, like, cis men aren't, like, constantly sad that they aren't women? Hello, what's the topic? We're just, we're taking questions. We're fielding discourse from chat right now. And somebody asked how, people in chat realized that they were trans, and, yeah, I'm answering. So, that was my realization, but, like, looking back, like, I was very trans from a very young age. Like, when I was 5, I would walk on my tiptoes so often that my parents thought I had a developmental disorder, but I was really just pretending that I was in high heels, you know? And it just kind of became a thing I did. And, like, I don't know, I remember, like, trying on my mom's dresses or, like, my grandma's shoes and, like, having just, like, really, really enjoying that. And knowing that I couldn't really express those things to my parents, because that's not a thing that boys did, you know? So I just didn't really talk about it. And, yeah, when I was in high school, I started, like, replacing my clothes with, like, women's clothes, you know? Like, I would wear, like, the thing at the time was, like, wearing skinny jeans. And, like, it was in vogue for a while for, like, guys to wear women's skinny jeans. And so I did that, you know? And, like, I pretended it was because it was fashionable, but really it was because I wanted to be a girl, and I didn't know how to really express that or vocalize that, but that was the reason. And then I bought, like, a pair of, like, flats that were made for women, and then those became, like, my go-to shoes for a really long time. And, you know, I told people that I got them at a thrift store, and I didn't really know what they were, just that they fit me and I liked them. You know? And there was just, like, a lot of that stuff going on, and I, like, started to buy high-heeled shoes. And so, like, by 2015, I had, like, this large collection of shoes, and I was just like, okay, I gotta ask myself why I do this, because this isn't, like, a normal thing. And I want to understand what's going on here. And I'm really scared of what the answer is. And so, you know, for a while I really put off trying to answer it. And then I just kind of broke down and was like, oh, wait. It's because I'm trans. And I experimented with different labels for a while. Like, it's like, oh, I'm gender fluid. Oh, I'm non-binary, etc. And eventually I was just like, no, I'm a trans woman, you know? Right, if only there was some way to teach kids about trans people so that they don't just like spend their early lives confused. Like it would have been so great if in sex ed class they had also talked about like just gender and how like trans people can exist. Cuz I literally didn't know that that was possible for me, you know? Sacred Blade, that sounds cool. It would have been so nice to know, yeah. DM Colin, thank you for the follow. I think where I want to fall down. Damn it, no it's not. Fuck. Okay. Never heard that story, Jack. It's always great learning more about other people's experiences and their gender identity. Yeah, you know, this is, by the way, a thing that a lot of trans people do before they know to accept themselves. It's called, like, purging, where, like, trans people will accumulate, like, closets or wardrobes of, like, clothing or shoes that they of the gender that they identify with, and then they'll feel guilty about it, and they'll like give them all away or throw them all away because they're destroying them effectively because they feel guilty about it. And you know, I did that. I did that a few times actually. Because I was supposed to be, you know, the good Christian boy, you know. Don't you dare. I want to dare. I'm gonna dare. I'm immune. Wait. I'm immune to fall damage, baby. What the fuck? I was still on the pause screen. Tarnished golden showers. I need some weed. Okay, we're gonna try that again. Big oof, DM Colin. What about the horse? I guess not. Yeah. So yeah, that's how I found out that I was trans. It was a long process. And I date a cisgender woman. Most of the people I've dated have been cisgender. I haven't dated, I have gone on dates with other trans people. But mostly it either just turned into like, hey, we should be friends, or like, we just didn't click, you know? Why are you saying, oh, it's a cave? Okay. I don't understand why the point of an item that says it renders you immune to fall damage, and then you can still die from fall damage. Worthless item. Garbage. Unadulterated garbage. This is what they're showing to kids in kindergarten classrooms, okay? Maybe you had to equip it again from the last death. I am not jumping off that cliff again. I think I need to find the, I need to find a cave somewhere up here. And that cave will allow me to, get down there. Thank you so much. When you date a cis people, do you ever notice a specific issue that recurs? Totally get if you don't want to talk about this. I mean, one of the things that you have to be willing to do is talk to a cisgender person about your boundaries and be really clear about your boundaries, because sometimes cis people just don't get it. And like, I don't know. Bad things can happen, even if like it's unintentional, I guess. Saves you a lot of crying to talk about, especially intimate issues beforehand. Mitigates only non-lethal fall damage. That's dumb. Right ahead, then tunnel. I like tunnels. Gib tunnel. Horby tunnel. Gib. Please, Gib. Ah, tunnel. Here we go. What's your opinion on robots? I really like robots. Robots would be more accepted by society without capitalism if we could just, you know, the people at like the robot factory could decide like how they wanted the surplus value that's being created to be used. I think that would be generally a good thing, you know? Also, like, human robots, cool as shit. Oh. Androids, cool as hell. Okay, so I can't open that. Neat. Okay. I'm cis and I don't pretend to understand all this stuff. I think I need to stay open-minded and listen to what we don't understand something. True. That's how you learn. OMG 100%. I've noticed that my partner, who's the first person that I ever dated that identified as NB trans, I've always been into BDSM, so the boundaries things come somewhat naturally, but I do think it's different. Yeah, you know, like, it can be difficult to communicate about these topics, and it's just, you need to be able to understand the discomfort and push through it and have the conversation. Be wary of Updog. Good joke. Yeah, I think it'd be cool to be a robot. I think it'd be cool to have robot body parts. I don't know if we'll necessarily ever transcend like flesh bodies, but can robots be saved? That's the real question. I don't see why not. Like, if you believe that, like, a robot with a human mind would still be, like, would still have a soul, then I would assume so. Yeah. And if they can't, then, I suppose the argument should be we should all be robots, right? How? got some good moves, kid, but not good enough. Are you a transhumanist humanist? I suppose I am. I love me some transhumans. In darkness and silence, the night. What a thrill. What about the trans anti-humanism? Nah, sounds bad. I like humans. The beast eye quivers. I need the death root. Give it to me. Use the stone sword key. Gosh golly. Okay. I have so many of them. Oh, look at all the dogs. This must be a good place. Hello, I would like to pet you, please. Kill it? No, why would I ever kill one? Can you explain the inevitability of joystick drift? The green turtle talisman. What does this do? Stamina increases stamina recovery speed. Turtles are known as a nutritious ingredient, symbolic of inexhaustive power. However, those who hold turtles to be wise creatures consider the practice of eating their meat to be barbarous. True! Rank every Star Wars movie in order of preference, including the prequels, sequels, and spin-offs. I can't remember all of the spin-offs, but the mainline Star Wars, okay? Here we go. 9, 2, 3, 1, 4, 6, 5. I think that was all of them. What a thrill in darkness and silence in the night. What a thrill. Hey, boatman. More like boat nerd. There's only room for one boat in this town. Got him. Boss, more like chump. I've yawned harder enemies than you to death. That was a boss? You bet it was. Keep in mind that I found this area that I'm probably supposed to go through first. 80 plus hours into the game, so I'm significantly over leveled for like everything here. I do like freaky shit. This is true. Nothing like bullying the bosses. Yeah. I love that this game has like some good mini bosses that it reuses. And I don't really have a problem with that. Okay, I went down there already. But there might be other secrets. Oh. Oh. The dragons get tedious if you don't use a bow or magic. Yeah. Sorry to break up your conversation, lads. Hey there, buckos. Bows? What does this look like? A dexterity build? Psh. Dexterity is for little girls and babies, okay? You gotta have faith. You gotta have faith. Gotta have faith. Ooh. Chat, this has been a really good day. I feel like that Anna Kasparian interview went really well. It was fun talking with all the TYT peeps for a while. Not TYT. The Majority Report peeps. And I'm glad that y'all are tolerating me playing this Elden Ring game. Even though it's a video game and not politics. Ooh, I almost have enough to level up. Hey, this gotta be some sort of Majority Report raid. That was cool. That was cool. Tolerate. Hey, look, I mean, you know, I started playing Elden Ring and like 50 people left, you know? So, thanks for sticking around, y'all. I appreciate it. All right. Damn it. I get most of my politics stuffs in the AM. Maybe I need to start trying to do more AM shows, you know? I don't know. Chat, what do you think? Maybe I could call it like the AM Quickie or something, you know? Just a quick little shot of politics in the morning. You know, keep it, maybe like release it kind of like in increments, you know, like 5 minutes long or so. What do you think, chat? I don't like politics or news. I find it stressful. Me too, Yarrow Flower. But thanks for coming by and sticking out the cringe with me, you know? I appreciate it. The AM Quickie, yeah. The Morning Zoo crew. AM Quickie sounds like a good name for a show. You know, I agree. You know, nobody's... You know, probably most people haven't used that before, you know? It's probably open. Call it Morning Glory. God. Oh, this guy.
Sorry. I didn't realize you. I'm afraid I've very.
A bard! AM cookies, never been used before? Yeah, exactly. Yes! The unbearable weight of massive talent. I've been hearing that movie's getting good reviews, too. I'm excited to see it. I love when Nick Cage actually applies himself to a movie, you know? It's nice. It's like a special little gift, you know? But even more than that, I love it when Nick Cage, like, just casually shows up to anime conventions. No! Did it crash? Did it crash? Okay. Real talk, evening streams are a lot more convenient, though. Yeah, I figure most people are on in the evening. And if I was doing a morning stream, it would just be evening for other people around the world, you know? I'm here now, finished work. Hell yeah, Thrillbee. No! Big Orange Jew, don't tarnish Yarrow Flower. Yarrow Flower is pure and unaware. Why would you curse somebody with this knowledge? Why? Why would you choose to do that? Summon Water Village? This place sounds cool. There must be a secret. Secret. Reveal to me your secrets. I haven't seen Pig. I've wanted to watch that for a while. Hey, Logarth. Nah, this horse, more like a vorse, okay? It's super strong. Super strong vorse. Tusk was funny? I don't like Tusk. Not my cup of tea. Okay. I know there's gotta be an underground chamber somewhere around here. Okay. Where are you at, secrets? Oh, fuck you. funny walrus man cry at the zoo. It was pretty horrific. I did not like it. Comedic tone did not land for me. Oh, wait. Maybe there isn't anything here. Maybe I've been barking up the wrong tree! Get it? Get it? See what I did there? Okay. All right. All right. I see how this is gonna go. Lord Godfrey, at the end of his last campaign, his golden army is unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered, and faded. Okay. Well, this is probably fine. Thus, invaded by Anastasia, the Tarnished Eater. More like Anastasia, the about to get fucked up eater. You know, I gotta ask, are you feeling lucky? The answer was no. You were not. The Sacred Scorpion Charm. Got me some Sacred Scorpions. Let's take a look at it. That was a big roar? It was. What does the Scorpion Charm do? Oh, there it is. Raises holy attack, lowers damage negation. I wonder... I want to try something out. Missionary Cookbook, Thematic Warrior Cookbook. Neat. Okay. Let's level up. 'Cause we gotta have faith. Ooh. So this does approximately 210, yeah, no, 224 holy damage, which is pretty good. I mean, it's not great, but it can attack at a faster rate, which might make up for the lack of initial hitting power. I would please like to see you throw an entire mood. I don't have this. Look, I have the spell. I just don't have the. I just don't. Sorry, a moment. just don't have the intelligence to use it. My character's a himbo. Or rather, a shebo? You know? She's not good at this sort of thing. Okay, what's your deal? Okay, you're kind of terrifying, but okay. Alright. Oh, look at that giant pot. That's a big pot. Yeah, I'm not a magic build. I am a, I don't know, I guess some kind of, hello there. Wow! Oh! Oh! Yeah, I can't cast spells, but I can cast miracles, which are functionally the same thing. Okay, what I need to know is that this build is worthwhile, and so far, I'm not feeling like it is yet, anyway. So we're gonna go back to using a super duper heavy sword. Whoop. I feel like the moon throwing would be a miracle, but yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair. Wait, okay. So I can go to the Gale Tunnel. I mean, I don't think I've been to the Gale Tunnel before, but I don't remember. I should be able to open this door then, right? Did I just, like, get here and then, like, not do anything here? I might not have done anything. Yeah, I didn't even activate the summoning pool. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sneaky like an eagle. You're such a dork, you know it. Da 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 da. Okay, alright. The time for stealth is over. The age of the orc is at hand. Hey, I heard you were a nerd. Oh, neat. I can just kill them like that. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. He had the horn. Those beacons were lit, yo. Okay. Let's see here. Ow. Why you like this? Taking all the items. Ow. Taking all the items. Blurga, 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 blurga. Praise the rump. Sneak a sneak a sneak a sneak. Sneak a sneak. Sneak a sneak a sneak. Sneak a sneak a sneak a sneak. There we go. Now, it's time for a boss battle. It's time for a hoedown throwdown. The old fisticuffs, Mr. Cuffs. Ow. 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 Okay. There's a giant monster in here. Riverboat Pinkerton Jack. Oh no! It's the magma worm. It's the same creature that I got this sword from. Which, you know what? I'm thinking about it. Fire probably not going to be very effective against this guy. But you know what's going to be really effective? Making him bleed. Ass. I've come to ask you a question. Gonna go to bed a little early? You're going to bed a lot early, Big Orange Jew. Thanks for today, Jack. Hope you have a good time with your girlfriend. Love you. Love you too. Hope you have a good sleep. Oh, I felt like we were actually doing kind of okay there. Maybe I need to, I don't know, maybe I need to, I suppose if I had the bird, it wouldn't be able to get hit with the ground lava. We'll try the bird this time. Oh, okay, that does all my life. Gotcha. Oh, the bird's doing more damage. Love my jacket. Thank you, Austin W. Travis. Okay, let's see. You know what? I'm gonna summon the jellyfish, and Oh, okay, you can also kill me instantly like that. Okay. Okay. Okay! Alright! Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I got this. You know, maybe the solution is a different one. Maybe this calls for magic. A sprinkling of that holy essence. All right, let's do this. Wow. Ow. Oh. Okay. Maybe it calls for strategery. Okay. Oh, that. Okay, that was good. Okay. We're so close. Ow. Come on. Fuck. There we go, baby. Woo! Got myself a dragon heart, got myself a moon veil. I don't even know what moon veil is. Baby. What is that? What is this? Show me your secrets. Aw, man, it's a katana, but it scales off of intelligence. I want a katana that scales off of non-intelligence. Just out of curiosity, what does it look like? Wow! Wha-cha! I'm too dumb to use the cool stuff. Lies! Why do they lie? Why? I just want to find cool hidden paths ahead. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A super swell PvP weapon? Neat. Yeah, give me a katana made for shimbos, okay? Maybe I can apply an Ashes of War to make one of these scale off of Sacred Blade. What does this do? Grants armament, attacks Holy Essence, and fires off Golden Blade projectile. That's cool. Golden Vow. Okay. Bloody Slash. Okay, so I want to go back through here because there were a few paths I did not take. The paths less traveled, as it were. Why am I always lying? I'm not lying. Why you lying to me, Archangel? Also, how you doing? How you feeling today? Why you always, oh, the peeps to the hidden door? Gotcha. Try lightning. Got it covered, baby. This seems fine. That doesn't seem fine. Out. Oh, okay. Well, that just patently did not work. There we go. That was more effective. There we go. The Russians are bringing in mobile cremation centers. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. The info that's been coming out of Russia-Ukraine indicates that they are trying to hide the actual death total by cremating soldiers' bodies before they go home. The Cross Nagitana. What is that? That sounds like something that might be cool. Weapon of the Land of Reeds. Yeah, it's super messed up, Lady Raincloud. Super duper. Sorry if I'm being a little irreverent. I'm tired. I did not sleep very well last night. They had to hide the death toll in Afghanistan too, but it became too hard to hide when everyone in the town had a coffin returned by the government. Yeah. How did I'm really confused as to how I got in here. There's no entrance to this tunnel. Weird. The Soviets. Oh, yeah. Howdy, Entroma. How's the trauma today? Ah ha ha ha! Got him. Alas, I thought there would be sunlight, but the sun did not come out. Aw. I'm sorry. Way to rub salt in the wound. I'm sorry. In my defense, trans girls do be loving salt, though. You know, in New York or LA, you put out a salt lick for the deer, but you come out in the morning, it's just a bunch of trans girls licking it, you know? That's just how it be sometimes. That's just how it be. I do like to lick things. What the fuck are you talking about? Look, HRT meds make trans girls crave salt, okay? That I was making a joke about trans people. You know, one of the many examples of how if you were to make fun of trans people, you could do so in a non-transphobic way. Yeah, spironolactone. It's a hell of a drug. In a lot of ways. Yeah, you break out the cane to scare them, but half of them like it. Oh? Oh, an untapped graveyard, I see. Time for me to take some of these goodies. Salt and D&D, that's what my friends told me. Well, you have wise friends. Wise friends. What is this place? This is cool. That is shit. Get fucked, bug. Ooh. Well, I don't mind if I do. Mama likey. Yeah, I should probably look at the crafting items. I don't much care for the crafting component of this game. Like, I just don't feel like it really adds that much. Which is fine, I'm just... Had tacos, now I'm satisfied? Hell yeah! You get them tacos in you. Exalted flesh. Ooh. Temporarily boosts physical attack. Don't mind if I do. Temporarily boosts robustness. Okay, we can also make poison pots or fetid pots. Wait, I could have made deadly poison. Ah, I'm dumb. Can also make a grace mimic. OMG, Jack, I picked a hell of a time to temp mute the stream and then come back. What? Wait, what did I say? What did I say? What did I... Wait, what did I say that was bad in context? Wait, did I do a bad? Was I too appropriate? Get them tacos in you? Okay, that's not too bad. I've probably said worse things. You have totally. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Ow. Oh, I have no. Okay. Let me use the rune arc as well. Ow! Fuck! 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 Oh god. Okay. Alright. Oh, you come at me. Oh, he came at me. Oh, oh, oh. Entrama, why you... How is V so good at this game? Sorry, I think you mean, how is Jack so good at this game? Too much for you to bear. Boo! Boo! Shame Logarth, chat. Shame. Petite woman gets wrecked by bear. Oh, interesting. Okay. You know what? We're gonna just summon right here. We're gonna let them fight. Oh, come on. How are the wolves this resilient? We'll just watch, her and I. That big bear is mean. Yep. That big bear is mean. We're not talking about the wee bears here, folks. The wee bears, they're cool. This bear, not cool. Get dunked. Nerd. What happens when you cross a wolf with a sheep? Oh no. By the way, Frozen Lightning Spear is such an overpowered as hell spell. It's so fucking strong. You have to get a new sheep? Ah! The weather is so nice where I'm at? Well, good for you. It's also nice here, but why would I go outside when I'm working? I'm hearing the tingle of a thing to kill. No, because you'd enjoy it. Ah. You don't know me. Entrama has been known to suck. This is true. Got him. Hey, you don't know that. I know what I see in chat. I know what I see in chat. I just I want to get to a... Fine, I'll kill the things chasing me. I'm sorry. The game wants me to do this, not me. There we go. Are you looking for a hot single trans women in your area? Try the new patented salt lick, formulated to attract trans women overnight. No! Where did my shrimp friend go? He's gone. I thought we were friends. Okay. Get myself prepped like... Someone explain to me what the GIF is. Shrimp with drip. Ooh, I get to eat fancy ramen tonight. It's a good day. Today is a good day. A good day.
Well, I took you no matter it's lay out your arm.
Pouring salt straight into the mouth. Okay, fair. Fair, I guess. Quiet Jack? I'm looking at stats. I'm trying to figure out if any of this is worth investing time and souls into. Because there's not much stuff that builds. How do I put this? I want something that scales off of faith, or like helps create like more status effects, right? Like for example, I could imbue this with frost to give it blood loss buildup and frost buildup, which would be pretty cool. If you listen carefully, you can hear her gears turning. True. Okay? True. What does the her say? I just had one of those long, exhausting, dramatic family phone calls, and I need food badly. If I don't make it back before Jack leaves for her hot date, you guys are all awesome. Semi-knifey Doc, please get good rest and get good food, okay? Here, we're gonna turn in all these. I'ma tune some spurts. Tune some spurts.
I am. Would you like the blessing? Is still. Would you like to?
Yes.
You are so. My dear, might I ask something of you? Could you please find the owner of this dagger? A certain person gave it to me. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to... I'd like you to find the owner of the... It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. Then good day.
There's not gonna be ropes involved, probably. Hello, Black Yamato. What up? That was reassuring. Look, I can't make promises. Can't make promises like that. Let's equip... these, Albernics. They might be cool. You on? Oh, I talked to that guy.
You've met Garank. I ten owing to our duties shared. I think you've had the power of the Golden Order.
Neat. Give them to me. Order's blade. Enchants armament held in the right hand with holy affinity attacks. Incantation is especially damaging to those who live in death. Any felled by this incantation cannot be revived. Hell yeah! Neat. Litany of proper death. Creates an image of order, dealing holy damage to nearby foes. Okay, cool. Boop, boop. I own them now.
Are you acquainted with a man named Roger? You know, he was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling like he's half dead. Or take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside. I serve the gold that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the Great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated. Down.
Once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined, but it's now worn down and marred by a black gash. You mean something like a black knife print, per se. Interesting, interesting. No, he's dead. Spellblade's pointed hat, Spellblade's traveling attire, Spellblade's gloves, Spellblade's trousers. Rogier's letter. He left a letter. Let's read it. Letter written in a trembling hand. I forgot to tell you, but it seems D has a younger brother. I hear he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct beside the eternal city of Nokron. It's said he stood before the Prince of Death not far beyond that spot. Okay. Well, time to put on his clothes. Glintstone sorcerer Rogier, traveling attire, graced with an intricate aristocratic decoration, strengthens glintstone sorcery skills. Oh, it's actually quite nice. Not really my style, though. Rogier spent his entire life behaving with utter detachment. No one noticed the anger, grief, regret, or fear that existed along with it.
Did you need?
Journey to the two thing you may be. Find the Albinora. She hides in a cave to the. She knows the look. So, Godric, despite being his castle, lies, but I suspect.
Ah, hey. I mean, you're not wrong, semi-knifey deck. Roger. Purchase.
I asked you not to be thankful of that. It is all that keeps you. I asked to be thankful of it is all that keeps.
Howdy, nerd. Beast roar. Okay, time to explore the netherworld. Sky rockets in flight, afternoon delight. Ooh, afternoon delight. Oh, my baby gonna get some afternoon delight. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Love is right. So exciting, sky rockets in flight, afternoon delight. Ooh, afternoon delight. Food is on the way. I'm happy for you. Sup and be merry, friend. Maybe there aren't any enemies down here. That'd be cool. Oh. And, oop. do, do, do. Too late for what? Afternoon delight? It is in the evening, I suppose. Come on, chat. Hit me up with a few questions. I feel like I've been quiet for too long. Okay. Hit me up with some questiones. You know, we can turn this into an AMA. What do you want to know? Bada bing, bada boom. You know, pizza time. Hey. Are you sure? Yeah? I think? I'm happy answering questions. It's the capital of North... Well, okay. I don't know. I'm not some fancy geologist. Thoughts on titties on snake girls? I'm pro. I'm pro titty on snake girls and other reptile girls. This is because I'm a biased mammal, and I like seeing my animal biases reflected. What the fuck? Ah, you get out of here with the bubble magic. I had enough of you and your bubbles. Oh, oh god! I'm not dead yet. Alright. We're testing out this summon. Get him, nerds. Oh, they're pretty beefy boys. Let them go. Alright. You know, they did pretty good against like 50 bajillion of those dudes. Not too shabby, my little round friends. They look like retired Pepes. True. You know, sometimes even a Pepe gets tired, you know? What a thrill. Did you see Ray has COVID? I did not see that Ravana has COVID. Oh no! Things have not been going right for her. I'm sorry. I should check in and see how she's doing. Hey, Kel Thickness. Poor Ivana. She just tweeted it out like an hour ago. I mean, she did tweet out the other day that she didn't feel particularly well. So I hope she's doing okay. Yeah, she canceled stream a couple days in a row. I don't know. I'm a worried. I'm a little worried. COVID is rough. I believe I got it twice. I didn't get tested because I would have to take a bus to the test center. Felt unsafe. Yeah. Understandable. Yeah, the reason we had to cancel our date night or change our date night plans around was there was a chance of COVID exposure, but she tested negative, so gonna see each other tonight. And I'm a hope I don't get COVID. I don't think I will, but it's horse time. Okay, I'll believe you that there's no item ahead. What a thrill in darkness, silence in the night. What a thrill. You don't get out of here. You don't get out of here, bug. I got your Oracle Bubble spell. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Next week I start teaching under new relaxed COVID restrictions. To say as a diabetic, I'm a bit nervous, is to put it mildly. Yeah, totally understand. My mom's diabetic too, and my dad. I'm gonna pop all your bubbles. I'ma pop all your bubbles. Da 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 da. COVID really threw a wrench into me being a teacher. Yeah, my again, my teacher girlfriend is experiencing a lot of difficulty with teaching at the moment. So yeah, definitely I feel that. Why do all of these say time for crab? Preserving boluses. My sister is a teacher in New York City and is feeling a lot of the same stuff. Yo. Rest in pieces. Hey, can you fuck off, please? Yeah, you. You. Yeah, I can target lock you. I see you, asshole. Oh, you just fucking laughed at me. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. There we go. I legit hate the dragonflies. They are so irritating. Oh, crabs. Look at all the cute little crabs. Be wary of crab? Oh! Yeah, that is a crab to be wary of. No! Okay. That crab was not very cute. I came down with a very acute case of crabs. Okay. Well, now I don't have to slowly go through all of these guys to see if I have a thing I can get, because I got all the things. So now I can just be like, yo, what's up? I'm riding through. I'm saying hi to all my homies. What up? Yeah, we got a, you know, we have a surprisingly international audience. You know, I don't typically think of my show as being particularly international, but we got a lot of Australian folk, we got a lot of UK and Irish folk. Just learned today we got some Portuguese folk. We got Canada. Yeah, we got Ireland. Alright, round 2. Okay, I you know, what if we tried to be allies, though? What if, look, we don't have to fight, Crab. Haha, I lied, it was a clever ruse. Boring old Minnesota here. I mean, that's where I live, so I don't mind Minnesota too much. Peace was never an option. Only a fool believes in the path of peace when presented with only war. Were those toddler monks you had fighting for you? So you can only summon in certain areas. In areas where you can summon, there's like a little, I don't know, tablet icon that appears on screen. And once they help you defeat all the enemies in a given area, they disappear and you can't summon again. Have you always lived in Minnesota? Pretty much. I mean, I've done a fair bit of traveling, but mostly for work. And I did tell Tina and Ravana that I wouldn't be going to TwitchCon, but I'm gonna still work on it. I can't commit to anything right now, planning wise. Claims to live in Minnesota, but doesn't sound like a Fargo character. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you betcha. You know, I should probably level up. I got the souls to do it. And at this point, 24,000 souls is a lot. It's a fuck lot. What's this all about then? Well, look at all of them. Look at that crab. Look at all of them shining lights. Oh, crab. You crab me up. Get fucked. Must be nice to get to travel. Well, I mean, I haven't traveled for Twitch work yet. But I used to travel a lot for my video game job. I wonder what I can do with the Dragon Heart now that I've consumed as much Dragon Hearts as I can. I will light the flame. Light the flame. I love it here, but it isn't as exciting as New Zealand, Australia, Ireland. I mean, I like Ireland. But I like to think that if people from Ireland came here, they would like it here too, you know? There's a lot of stuff to love about Minnesota. I love the North Shore. Oh god, oh god, oh god! I mean, I guess I could check out where the sending gate goes. How could it go wrong? Wisconsin is definitely not better. How close to a hype train are we? Nobody's gifted subs or bits in like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours? Yeah, at the very least, over 3 hours ago was our last sub or bit dono. Where is this? Where the fuck? Wisconsin is full of cheeseheads. Splutbringer, thank you for resubscribing. I appreciate it. Oh. And thank you for 5 months. Heck yeah. Hopefully that starts something. I mean, we'll see. Again, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. And yes, if you have enjoyed my content today, please do support me so that I, you know, can live. Ironically. I live in a hyper-leftist area. If you could tell someone 2 places to go in Minnesota that are the best nature spots to you, what would you say? Yeah, probably like Gooseberry State Park and the Boundary Waters. Or, you know, like Grand Marais is just fucking adorable. Like Grand Marais is cute as hell. I feel like everyone should go there. It's just a cute place. Also, they have a donut shop that's just called World's Best Donuts, and you know what? Haven't found a place with better donuts. So as far as I'm concerned, they're in the winning spot. Never been to Grand Marais? Heck yeah. Thank you for your content. I appreciate that, Sploot. Any of these happen to be on my favoriteest lake, Lake Superior? Yeah. Gooseberry State Park is on Lake Superior, and Grand Marais is on the shores of Lake Superior, kind of at the tip top of Minnesota. The Boundary Waters, not so much. They're kind of like their own thing. Yeah, I don't know, this underground area is really cool. The Horny Bow. And the Golden Room. Oh no, not like this. is a weird area. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Who dis? Oh, it's this guy.
Ah, good to see you. Apologies, mate, but I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me, but I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways. Perhaps it's time to ask Celibus. And recall that spiteful little rat acting like, let's give him a squeeze. I jest. Besides, I should check on some things here. Leave this place to me. You just, if either of us learns anything, leave this place to me. If either of us, and if we reach a dead, Celibus rarely gives a straight answer.
Stone sword key. No! No! Okay. It's fine. This game was not meant to be a platformer. Like Icarus, it flew too close to the sun. Alright, I'm glad I used my souls to level up, though. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. You don't have to worry about me. You don't gotta worry about me. At least the horse survived. The horse always survives. Elden Rings Hentai Edition. God, what's a girl gotta do to get a voice acting gig as a hentai voice actress? Asking for a friend, definitely not me. ho. Really? Okay. Plant just goes boom. Plant go boom. Plant boom. Big bada boom. Big bada boom. That was dumb. Put a fear in my heart. Look, it's a time-honored tradition of Souls games where you just suddenly realize, hey, I don't gotta fight everything, and then everything becomes much easier. You know? You think you gotta fight? Nah. Nah, you don't gotta fight. You think you gotta do shit? You ain't gotta do shit about shit. Ain't gotta do shit about shit. Shit about shit. Fortnite. Gonna need another key. That's totally fine. I got so many stone keys. They call me Stone Keyson. They made up an entirely new name just for me. No one ever before has been named Stone Keyson. I got so many of them. Are you the Keymaster? No, I'm Gozer. That's a joke. That's a reference for all y'all babies. By babies, I mean. You know what I mean? Oh, you don't. I'm just babbling. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright. Stone Cold Keystone. There we go. The Stone Cold Keystone Cops.
Oh, a customer.
Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Ghostbusters 3, more bustin'? Hell yeah.
Goodbye. Till hello again. Good customer.
Right. Okay. Gonna purchase 2 more stone sword keys.
Goodbye.
Get fucked, nerd. Just off a Zoom call with my Irish family. Highly recommend Kilbrin. Amazingly smooth, like cognac, around $20. Drink responsibility. You know, I should probably drink some whiskey too. I feel like that's a thing to do on this day of all days, right? Yawn. Ow. Ow. Alright, let's take a look at this area here. We got the abandoned merchant, we got Blade the half-wolf. We gotta find a few more of these braziers. You know, maybe they just chillin'. Maybe they don't actually want to fight me. That'd be cool. Let's just chill, folks. We don't gotta fight. Maybe we just have to try peace. See, look, they're all doing their own thing. We have to try to get along in this crazy world. Oh God! Oh God! Oh fuck! Oh God! It was murder most foul. They took advantage of me. They took everything from me. Where did the gremlins go? Oh, oh, where did the gremlins go? I'm just gonna get off the course so I can properly hit you. You need a goose soul, buddy? I do. Goose souls. Lighting the flame. You can't stop me. You can't stop the signal. Oh God, they're so nimble. There we go. Got myself. Stole your seed. Stole your seed, bitches. Oh, I'm sorry. Chat, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Brace for cancellation. I just engaged in a light misogyny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What I've learned now is that this means I'm about to get canceled by everyone on the left. Oh wait, no, that's just Vosh. I'm telling Jesus. You can tell Jesus all about Vosh. Hallelujah! Teacher. Are we sure Jack isn't actually playing a prawn game? Yeah, I'm actually having my girlfriend play play Elden Ring, and I'm playing the porn game. I may have committed some light treason. Pounder ring? Well, you know, sometimes that's what she needs. You know, I'm not saying, but I am saying. You know what? You know what? We're gonna do this. The arrows really fucking hurt. Fuck! Oh. Are those lightsabers? Yes. I'm that creepy thing. Tried to kill Jack. That is how this works. Aha, not today, sucker. Oh! 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 Dun, 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 dun. Clarifying horn charm. Thanks. Oh my god. The pain. The colossal pain. Am I supposed to break those? Probably not. Use the stone sword key. Yeah. Ugh. Okay. See you, nerds! Have fun in hell! K-Lid. First off, regret. What the fuck? Okay. Hey, look, it's one of them's. Nah. I'm not going out like this. I'm not going out like this. Nah, you can't do this. You can't do this to me. Okay, there's another one. There's another one, folks. Oh, my body. Oh, this place with the giant pot. I've been here before. Why can't they have the pretty Keen lands? Hey Vera, thank you for the 69 biddies. That's a big arrow. Well, he's probably overcompensating for something, if you know what I mean. Let's see here. We'll get the Blood Fang out. How about that? Wow. And Aviera, I hope you are less of a fascist today. Now chat, please no spoilerino, because I haven't played this game before, so... Ow. Here we go. We got one. Yay, gravel stones. Look at all of the gravel for me. Taking all of this gravel. It's the lovely, lovely valuables of the gravel stones. Did you know that this game is called Elden Ring? I doubt it. It's probably called something dumb like Bloodborne. What the fuck does that even mean anyway? It's just a nerm I made up. Oh yeah, Kel Thickness, Aviera is a fascist. So every time he comes in, I like to make sure everyone knows so that, you know, they don't get bamboozled by his, cloyingly friendly demeanor. Look, it's not just any gravel, it's probably really important gravel. Okay, you're we get it. You're really good with that bow and arrow, champ. I wonder if that first one that I killed is still gonna be gone. If it isn't, then I might as well just skip this. Skip fighting these guys. Oh, he's not gone! Fuck! Okay. Nah, sorry, dude. We can't get along if you're a fascist. Sorry. That's not how it works. I tolerate you in the hopes that one day you get better. Maybe I have to kill both of them to actually proceed? That sucks. Oh, he actually has guards around his ankles. Shove that arrow in his butt and then ask, have you checked your buttholes? Get up, butt up, butthole. I have not seen your keys, but since you're asking me, have you checked up your butthole? Love is patient, love is kind. But if you ask me where you can find literally anything you lost before, I'm gonna ask if you can check up your butthole. Glitched animation! Hell yeah. Literally anything you find. Altfact, thank you for the $2 dono. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting my stream. Looking for the Elden Ring? Have you checked your butthole? No, why would I check my butt? Oh my god. Have you checked your buttholes? Get up. Oh, I can talk to him! You can now see the Knight of the Great Jar's red summon sign. Cool. Visions of I've failed. Have you checked your buttholes? Get up, butt up, butthole. Behind? Oh, is it back here somewhere? Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. I can fight some knights. Some knights of the Great Jar. Well, how about them apples? Alright, you guys think you're so tough. You know what? I'm a tough cookie, okay? I'm pretty goddamn tough, okay? I'm summoning an adversary. That's right. That's right. Woo! Oh! Okay, you know, you're pretty good. But you know what? You're not good enough. Hey! Oh, come on. Let me get the move off. Asshole. Hey-ya! There we go. Ugh! Okay, I probably should have stopped trying to use magic after I got stabbed for the 5th time. Ooh, my CBD got here. I can be chill as fuck. Love is patient. Forerunner, but for you in my time, there be no one else. Pride's way high. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Yeah, kind of like how when somebody's like, I'm a white supremacist, and that kind of makes them a huge asshole. You know, a lot of white supremacists frame their ideology as not being as being not hateful, you know? Which is why that's basically what we see you do, you know? That's how we see you. If you want us not to see you that way, you shouldn't be a fascist. Got him! Okay. I just wish you'd understand that, like, you're not gonna be the one who cracks the code and appoints the best fascist leader. The people prone to adopting fascism are going to adopt someone who fucking hates you, is gonna put you in a gas chamber, friendo. I wish you understood that. Knight of the Great Jar. More like Knight of the Big Ass. Got him. Oh, okay. You're pretty good. Shut up, Entrama. Oh, that is cool. That is cool, Hell's Fortune. I mean, I was running a blood build until I got a better fire weapon. Hiya! Love is patient, love is kind. But if you ask me where I can find literally anything I lost before, I tell you that it's up your butthole. Nah, not going out like this. Really? Okay. Well, heavy swings are very satisfying in this game. Alright. Oh, come on! Oh, fuck you. Did he still have iframes? Yeah, he did! Hey, Viera, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Still gonna keep hoping that you stop being a fascist one day, though. There's no amount of money you could give me that would stop me from hoping that. Aviera, literally the only fascist to ever come into chat and not be intensely homophobic and talk about the Jewish question. Though I'm sure he thinks both those things on some level. Yeah, of course not. I'm not straight. How could I want something that's awful? I don't know, the same way Dave Rubin isn't straight and will still vote for the party that wants to take away his right to get married. You know, it happens. You know, last people to the gas chamber and whatnot. Oh, what got buffed? Hell's Fortune. Aviar, you still have never explained how you're gonna get the best non-homophobic, non-transphobic, enlightened individual who's not racist in charge. You know? How are you gonna, what system is there going to be by which someone is elected, or sorry, not elected, appointed the ideal fascist leader? You know that the Republicans are still against gay marriage, right? Like, that's in the party platform, right? Okay, whatever. We're summon them. You. Oh, come the fuck on. I was actually doing pretty okay on that one. Saw the raisins for the horse healing got buffed. I don't understand that. I'm not gonna lie. There's no reason to use the raisins. But wait, do the raisins, like, actually heal you? Like, heal the player? I thought it was just the horse. No! Yeah, no, they heal the horse. Yeah. I don't know. I've never used an Estus to try and heal my horse. I mean, so it can't be that complicated, right, Aviera? Like, what apparatus is appointing a fascist dictator? And what is ensuring said fascist dictator is actually good? You know, come on, blackmail me, you know? Give me the case. What, you know, this is my major issue. I don't think there is a method better than democracy at doing this thing. So what would society do? You know? That's all I want to know. You know, maybe I'll just kill these guys from horseback. I could probably do that. Fuck them. You. Oh. Wait, do I have to fight you on the ground? Fine. I'll fight you on the ground. I'll fight you in the air. I'll fight you every goddamn where. Oh, oh, fuck. Oh, no! I think we need people who have benefited the community, not empty suit political, paid off by lobbyists. Okay. So, you need people who have benefited the community in some way. Okay. Then throw the moon. You know, this all would have been avoided if I just had fuck you moon powers, you know? People who work hard, okay. Not aligned by political... Well, obviously there wouldn't be political parties because it would be fascist, right? It'd be a fascist dictatorship, so there wouldn't be political parties. On paper, anyway. Career politicians are so corrupt, they don't care about the people, only their special interests. Uh-huh. And how are dictators for life going to be any less corrupt? I'm just curious on this particular point. Nope. Under a fascist system, a single-party state would totally rectify that. How? Wouldn't that just make the single party even more corrupt? Right? Because then businesses would just do deals with the one-party officials. In a perfect world, they would be nationalists. Yeah, but we don't live in a perfect world. Typically, fascists tend to have learned this, and they use fear. They use fear to make everyone claim to be nationalists. Because if you're not, you're kind of fucked, right? Jack, can I see your health real quick? Yeah. Huh. Well, that didn't do as much damage as I was hoping it would. Ow. Oh, God. Yeah, Russia is very similar to fascism. Exactly. You're just describing the Russian system. Yeah, but generally speaking, it's horribly corrupt, and it's not horribly corrupt as a result of the democracy. Horribly corrupt as a result of the lack of democracy. Because people generally can only do business with one party. Phased out means kill your opponents. Well, yeah. But uwu, we wouldn't do a genocide. That would be wrong. Uwu, we wouldn't purge our political opponents. Uwu, an unaccountable dictator is actually really good and definitely wouldn't lead us into anything like costly wars that would get people killed for no reason. Uwu. I oppose genocide. Yeah, you know what? The Nazis did too. The Nazis opposed genocide. You know, they tried a lot of solutions before the final one. Okay? I think there can be reasonable solutions. Yeah, you know, that's what Hitler said too. And we all know where that led. You know, you try reasonable solution after reasonable solution after reasonable solution to get these undesirables out of your country. Well, then the cheapest solution is the final one, isn't it? Just as an FYI, fascists have always believed they have scientific solutions to these problems. This winds up being a big goddamn lie. I don't like her ability to zip around. That seems not good. You know, I'm gonna stop trying to kill these guys. They're objectively stronger than I am. This is not an area I want to be in yet. The big jar man. The big jar man is mean. I'm gonna go get my souls back though. Are you opposed to fascism or authoritarianism? Both. Both are extremely bad. Like, categorically. What gives one individual the right to rule over, like, goddamn everybody else in society? If not the collective agreement of everyone else in society. You know? Seems like kind of a lot of bullshit. Well, okay. $8.20. Yeah, liberty is good. I agree. Let there be liberty in our political system as well. Oh, I could actually go 2 different ways. What's over this way? No, I'm just gonna leave this guy alone. Oh god! Oh. 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 That was a pleasant surprise to not die. Don't know what that was. I'm gonna take this thing. Where am I on this map? Big boog. Get back here, big boog. A lot of big boogs. Street of Sages ruins. I don't like this place very viscerally. I don't like these buildings or these places where we live. It's just not very good, and I think it's very ill-lifted. How would abolishing like democracy, can you explain to me how exactly that would result in like more freedom? Because it would seem to me that like that just that is not what would result. It seems like it would result on the clamping down of political freedoms in a pretty major way. I would like to get close to you so I can kill you now. And again, you still haven't explained how you're gonna make sure that people are, like, not corrupt with their fascist power? Like, you just said they'll come from backgrounds where they had to work, but, like, that's often true now. They just come from wealthy backgrounds where they had to work, like, being a teacher or a professor or being a general. Like, these are things we already have now, so I'm not sure how exactly the criteria for making someone a dictator for life is all that different. Scarlet Rot? I don't even know what that is! Oh god. I don't like, well, yeah, no, you've said you don't like career politicians, but, like, how would you be able to guarantee, like, the like, preventing the use of the abuse of power? Like, you've said you don't like career politicians, I get that, but your system does not seem like it would prevent the abuse of power, so I'm still a little lost here. Meteorite staff. That'd probably be good if I was a magic man. Or a magic woe man. But I am neither. I am but a mere miracle worker. Traveler's hat. A perfume bottle. Neat. Also, I just don't believe that the previous fascist leader would appoint, you know, a firefighter rather than, like, I don't know, one of their buddies. There's nothing that really would show me in history that that would be what would happen. Fascism is a bad thing. It's categorically a bad thing. Has been proven time and again to be a bad thing. Because it's something that combines fascism and government and government and capitalism into one horrific entity. It's just going to be a corrupt dystopian nightmare where people either have money or they die as slaves. And you're gonna go, oh no, Uwu, I don't support slavery, but, like, you support policies that would make that happen. So, like, I'm kind of confused, right? Like, what else would you... I feel like it's pretty obvious that people who have no say in how they're governed are essentially living under some form of slavery. No, I have scarlet rot! I don't know what that means. Okay, well, I have it now. Yeah, it means your health is going away quickly. Yeah. Can I make some boluses? No? Okay. Oh, why did my horse disappear? I mean, okay. Invaded by Millicent. Fuck you, Millicent. Get the fuck over here. Hey, Millicent. There we go. Oh, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you, though? Who the fuck are you? Where did you come from? What the hell? I want to live in a snuggleocracy. That does sound really nice. That was a rather rude sneak attack. I agree. Also, it's so far away. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The proposed solution you're making, Aviera, seems like it would just lead to more corruption and more abuse of power and less actual oversight to prevent bad things from happening. Okay. Fascism has been an effective system. Where? Point to me where, please. Because literally none of history proves you true. What the hell? Look. Look at this thing. How about that? Who'd have thought? Singapore, South Korea, Spain. South Korea is not fascist, my dude. Spain also did not do well under fascism. Oh god. Okay. Alright, you're pretty strong. South Korea's not fascist, it's democratic. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess we'll fight then. Didn't expect a boss battle right there. At all. Well, okay then. I don't really understand what just happened, but, you know. I found him again. Let's, let's take a flask and, You know what? We're gonna summon our good friend over here. Ow. 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 Goddamn nerd. Ow. 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 Oh, look, giant bugs. That's cool. Hey, Lady Raincloud, what up? You pretty. Aw, I wasn't expecting that. Thank you. Oh yeah. No. Semi-knifey duck. You're not understanding. We don't get us plebeians. We don't get to choose our glorious leader. Hell nah. Are you kidding? Ow. Ow. I don't want to get the Scarlet Rot. Well, I'm gonna get it now. Big Ugly Jim! Thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. This guy is pretty cool, but also, I'm gonna die while fighting him. So far, they've said there would be a vetting process. They would have no idea how the vetting process would not remain not corrupt. Well, yeah. I mean, also, it's not democratic, so it's not like we're choosing who is in charge. It's the single party choosing who's in charge, and they are all appointed, or that they are relatively appointed by previous leaders, so... Big Ugly Jim, I really appreciate it. Okay, I don't think I'm quite strong enough to be in this area yet, if I'm being 100% honest. I'm gonna go elsewhere. You know what? Let's go to the first area, the Fringe Folk Hero Grave. Meritocracy. It's not a thing that has ever existed. Meritocracy. Oh. Wonder if I can kill the horse thing. That'd be nice. made it down to the bottom. Okay. Traversing the mists, ulcerated tree spirit. I'm going to probably die. I'd like to not be in this corner. I really like that. Oh god. Please, controller. I'm begging you. Allow me to throw my fucking fireballs. There we go. Woo! Woo! Banished Knight Oleg. Neat. I got one of my Albernics left. See ya, dude. So you'd work as a counselor, after you'd be elected on a local level, and you'd work as a counselor, but you just wouldn't be corrupt because reasons. Okay. And then they're not going to get more corrupt over time, despite the fact that from that point onward they are effectively politicians. This is this. Not wasting my time, not wasting my time, not wasting my time. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Oh, I was so close! Oh, god damn it. Alright. Yeah, I mean, like, Aviera, you gotta admit, the argument you are tasked with making is, why should average people in a democracy want to cede their rights to live under an unelected leader that will have life or death power over their daily lives? Why should people want that? You know? Why should people want that? Oh, okay. If I just touch the back of it where it's not dangerous, I die instantly. Gotcha. My child called me a moron. I shall kill him and start anew. Start afresh. Well, lost 17,000 souls, but what you gonna do? I could farm that up in a few minutes. Anyway, I wanna go fight that ghost. Oh god. Run, 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 banana phone. Run, 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 banana phone. Ba da ba ba da 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 ba ba da 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 da. Run, 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 banana phone. Run, 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 banana phone. Ba da ba ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. Run, 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 banana phone. Hello, nerd. I've come across time and space to end you. Get dunked. Dragon Communion Seal? Does that mean I have more things? What does it do? Can I unlock more dragon powers? Tell me your secrets. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Dragon Communion Seal. No. It's not in this pile of things. Oh. Boosts Dragon Communion incantations. Yo! Cool. Scales incantations with one's arcane attribute. Oh. But my arcane attribute is so goddamn low. Fine. Yeah, how would a single party system with less accountability and less conversation going on, how would that exactly change the dynamic? Ritual of Dragon Communion. I need more dragon hearts for some reason. What am I supposed to do with these extra dragon hearts? Who knows? Voting never works, so let's take voting away. Yeah, that sounds pretty sussy. Sussy wussy. It just simply wouldn't be corruption anymore. It would just be the way things are done, you know? You know, it's not corrupt for a sitting politician to ask for a cut of the money. That would just be, you know, normal. That's what you do. Okay, so did I no, I didn't actually finish down here. Yeah. I need to finish lighting these torches. The Black Knife Catacombs. Magma Wyrm. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep, okay?
Well, as war comes... I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella. Well, it has a twin, known as Nokron, the other eternal city. After years of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron by going underground through the well in the Mistwood of Limgrave. You can see Nokron up above. Only we've failed to find a path leading to the city. Blythe's made a good go of it, but I must be honest. Blythe is Lady Rani's stepbrother. Rani's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well.
May you also have low taxes this year, Jack. I goddamn hope so.
Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals, but none of us will ever forget our promise to look after Blood. Man is honest to a fault. Something.
Oh, the Blackguard's way up there now. Good night, D. Cashmere. God, this game is so big. I haven't even finished revealing this map. It's just so goddamn big. Hey, how's Fortune? Are you still in chat? Where do I take the ashes of this Albernic woman? I forgot what she said, and I don't know where to go. Was that a side quest? Because I haven't done a lot of side quests. Yeah, it was a side quest. Thorstar, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it, even though this is just a chill stream at the moment. Oh! I think I know what's going on here. He mad. I think this is close to the end of a quest here. Maybe I have to pass time until it's night. Let's take that, let's take a shot at that, shall we? Where the fuck? Who's the traitor? I'm confused. This must be a place where a quest ends, but I have no idea. Okay. Converted tower. Let's check this out. I did wait till nighttime. Nobody was there. Maybe it needs to be more nighttime? Like super nighttime? I mean, the Nazis had the same political ideology you had, bud. Okay, well. It's not triggering for me, so I'm gonna be done here. Because I have to go eat ramen with my super hot teacher girlfriend. So. Time to giddy on, little doggy. Anyway, thank you all for joining me on this lovely little adventure. I had a great stream. If you've enjoyed the content and you have a couple extra dollars to throw around, throw them at me, please. I would very much appreciate a few subs or biddies. But if not, you all have a lovely, lovely evening. And I'll be back tomorrow. You know what? We are going to raid $27. Because I like $27. Everybody get on in. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. It'll be a good time. All right. See you tomorrow, folks. Bye-bye.